You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You better step into the light. Just give it a try. Know that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. Shine, go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares
Σταύρος Λαμπρινίδης, ο coffee expert των Everest, ξέρει πως τον καλό καφέ τον κάνουν οι ποικιλίες αράμπικα και οντούρας σε τέλεια ισορροπία γεύσης και έντασης.
Οι ειδικοί της γεύσης και του καφέ σε προσκαλούν να δοκιμάσεις την ποικιλία οντούρας σε ένα κατάστημα Everest.
Αυτό που κάνει τον κόσμο να κινείται είναι η θέληση του ανθρώπου να εξερευνά, να ξεπερνάει τα σύνορά του. Μέσα στην τελευταία δεκαετία μας επιτρέψατε να μεγαλώσουμε. Μας δώσατε βραβεία. Ξεπεράσαμε τους 1,5 εκατομμύρια ταξιδιώτες. Αγγίξαμε πάνω από 500 προορισμούς. Δημιουργήσαμε περισσότερα από 1.000 προγράμματα. Το όνομα Μάνεσης έγινε συνώνυμο της λέξης ταξίδι, συνέδριο, εταιρικό meeting, εξωτικός προορισμός, γαμήλιο ταξίδι, οργανωμένο τουρ στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Σχολική εκδρομή, παροχή φιλοξενίας σε ιδιόκτητα ξενοδοχεία, βίλες και εστίαση.
35 χρόνια και το ταξίδι της οικογένειας Μάνεσης συνεχίζεται.
Γεια, είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Ναι, το οδείο του Ηρώδου του Αττικού, το ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και τη Χαλκοθήκη. Και πλέον μπορείς να δεις και το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Και τώρα, με την προσθήκη 2 ακόμα σπουδαίων μνημείων, το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια, η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος προσφέρει μια ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία στην Ακρόπολη. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να την απολαύσει όλος ο κόσμος. Κοσμοτέ, μέλος του ομίλου Telecom.
Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ένα μέρος που κάποια στιγμή ίσως και να έχεις βρεθεί. Είτε κάπου για να πας, είτε για κάποιον που αγαπάς. Ένα μέρος που συνδέει την Ελλάδα με τον κόσμο με φροντίδα και ασφάλεια και αποτελεί βασικό πυλώνα ανάπτυξης του τουρισμού στη χώρα μας. Μια εταιρεία ευέλικτη και κερδοφόρα, έτοιμη να θέσει νέους στόχους και να ανταποκριθεί σε νέες προκλήσεις. Εδώ όλα γίνονται με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον. Με περισσότερες από 100 σημαντικές διεθνείς διακρίσεις και βραβεία. Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ο Διεθνής Αερολιμένας Αθηνών.
Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία.
Protagonists in the tourist market. During the last 3 years, Greek tourism, relieved from the restrictions of the pandemic, has entered an orbit of dynamic growth, confirming its role as a basic pillar of economic and investment activity and also employment. 2024, despite the fact that it had to face difficult circumstances due to natural disasters, inflationary pressures, and geopolitical tensions, it has recorded significant performance. According to the Bank of Greece data, during the 9 months, January to September, the receipts have increased by 4.1% on an annual basis, and they amount to 18.8 billion euros, whereas the arrivals as well have increased by 9.3%, and the signs are favorable for the next year. According to the messages from the International Fair on Tourism in London, the pre-bookings for 2025 have show a 15% increase overall Greece. Despite the good course of the tourism market, we should not be complacent. What we want for Greek tourism is not just to record new highs. The major challenge for this sector is to shape a powerful and resilient model that will guarantee its growth, long-term growth. A model that will ensure safety of tourists and protection from the climate crisis that will be supported by functional and modern infrastructures that will create new experiences for tourists, highlighting the natural beauties and the cultural treasures of our country, which will offer stable and well-remunerated jobs, which will contribute to economic prosperity and will return a growth dividend to local societies. And this is what we're going to discuss today. And the workings of the conference will be broadcasted by Real FM and by tourismnow.gr and enikos.gr and real.gr, whereas a special dedication to the conference will be on Sunday's Real News. Top government officials, representatives from bodies and organizations, professors and executives from the market will analyze the developments in tourism sector and will record the trends, the opportunities and the challenges for the coming years. With these thoughts, I would like to welcome you to our conference, this 6th consecutive conference on tourism, and I would like to ask the Minister, Mrs. Kefalogianni, Minister for Tourism, to declare the conference open.
Κύριε Υφυπουργέ, κυρία Ευρωβουλευτά,
Regional Governor, Mayor, dear Mr. Hadjinikolaou, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me congratulate the organizers for this conference. As you said, this is the 6th conference in a row, so you are pioneers, because now everyone is very active on tourism, but you were the first ones to put it on the agenda, so you deserve congratulations, because this meeting today is a unique opportunity to discuss crucial issues pertaining to the future and the growth prospects of Greek tourism, a sector that supports the economy, contributes to income, employment, and supports social cohesion. A really social affair, as you call it, which requires the cooperation and coordination between the state, local government, and the private sector. Indubitably, it is a matter of national success, since Greek tourism is going through a period of high performances, historically high performances, and our country is among the 10 most popular destinations worldwide. The data for 2024 show that we will have a considerable increase in travel movement, travel traffic, and income compared to last year. It is worth noting the increase of traffic and revenues outside the months of the peak months. Of course, we are not relying on our laurels and these high performances. Especially during the last years, tourism has to face complex and global challenges, the geopolitical and economic instability, and the increasing repercussions of climate change, climate crisis. These challenges add new parameters in handling destinations, affect preferences and behaviors of travelers. The international environment for tourism is also shaped by demographic developments, the new trends for tourist demand, and the very rapid developments in digital technology. So taking all this on board, it is crucial to ensure today that tourism will continue in the future to bring benefits to the national economy and the local economies and societies. The government and the Ministry of Tourism are working on the basis of a strategy that will enhance opportunities and respond to contemporary challenges. We are aiming at the quality development of tourism in our country, sustainability and support and reinforcing of resilience of the destinations and the tourism product, based on measure and balance the protection of the natural and cultural environment, the prosperity and the well-being of local societies. We promote policies and implement actions to enrich the supply, to create value added for destinations and companies, to put forward extraordinary experiences which promote tourism throughout the whole country throughout the year. And we intervene with the legislation and with real reforms. For instance, by simplifying the procedures for licensing, which shape a better environment for investments, with measures and policies to reinforce the resilience of the destinations and measures to mitigate the pressure on destinations due to tourism traffic. With other interventions, we are aiming at the quality upgrading of tourism education and training in Greece. And I'm very happy that in this room we have a lot of our students. With the new bill of the Ministry of Tourism, which is in consultation, we promote provisions to improve quality of hospitality and tourism supply. We include provisions that pertain to the establishment of functional specifications for short-term leases. We proceed to the adoption of an innovative system for classification of accommodation based on their environmental performance. And we also invest in projects that aim at creating higher value for Greek tourism. We make investments to support special forms of tourism, such as mountainous winter tourism, sea tourism, agritourism, diving tourism, and spa and well-being tourism. We shape a multifaceted tourism product that will provide unique experiences throughout the year. It will be focusing on a larger range of tourists based on various demographic features and new markets. At the same time, we are launching projects that aim at the information of travelers and the upgrading of the tourism brand of Greece. Projects for the development of innovative digital applications and promotion means which will enrich the travel experience in our country. So we are enhancing digital technologies such as the AI technology, which will allow us to provide more individualized and modern experiences to travelers. We will put forward the natural environment, but also the intangible cultural capital of Greece. We will reinforce our effort to expand the tourism activity throughout the year and to attract visitors all over Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, despite the challenges, we can look at the future with optimism. In this new era for Greek tourism, it is important to enhance all the opportunities and all the growth potential. So we will have a multifaceted, resilient and even more competitive tourism product, and for a growth that will yield the maximum to the economy and to the society. Our final objective is very, very clear. We want our country to become a model of sustainable quality tourism development on a global scale. Thank you very much for your attention.
Ευχαριστούμε την Υπουργό Τουρισμού, την κυρία Κεφαλογιάννη, με την οποία...
We would like to thank the Minister of Tourism, Mrs. Kefalogianni. We're going to have a very interesting interview with her pretty soon. But in the meantime, let us watch the address of the Commissioner of Greece for Sustainable Transportation and Tourism, Mr. Tzitzikos.
Να τον δούμε και να τον ακούμε.
Και για να είμαι πιο ακριβής...
Thank you. being here. And this shows the importance that Europe pays to this sector. Starting from the title, Tourism a National Affair, allow me to add that tourism is also a European affair now. Of course, we all know the importance of tourism. More than 3 million businesses in Europe, more than 20 million jobs. Beyond the economic data, tourism as well as transportation unite people and places, affecting truly their daily life and the quality of life. Yet tourism today is facing a lot and major challenges. On the one hand, climate change and non-balanced tourism flows, and on the other hand, the need for better enhancement of digital tools and attracting specialized personnel. On these challenges, this is exactly where we're working for in order to provide modern answers through a modern strategy on tourism that we are preparing, that we will present soon. This strategy will have as main objectives to keep Europe as destination number one all over the world, with more balanced tourism flows and with the benefits reaching more people while protecting the natural resources. And of course, the key to overcome the challenges is, of course, cooperation. And I will continue to invest in cooperation in the coming years, because I believe that only in this way we will be able to bring results and solutions. So I wish success to the works of this conference. I am sure that the discussions that will follow will be very, very interesting. Congratulations to the two organizers for this excellent event. Thank you very, very much.
And this was the EU Commission of Sustainable Transport and Tourism, the Greek Commissioner, Apostolos Tzitzikostas. And now let me kindly ask on stage Mr. Hardalias to deliver his own address to this conference. Nikos Hardalias, Governor of the Attica region. My dear Nikos Hatzinikolaou, Ministers, Secretary General, dear Haris, dear Yorgos, ladies and gentlemen, Greek tourism is indeed a national affair. It is one of the most dynamic, if not the dynamic sector, most of all in the Greek economy. It is important in terms of GDP growth, and its footprint is direct in the labor market, the real economy, and the average household, the Greek family. The region of Attica, the biggest region in Greece, is here, and it's certainly going to be there in the future of the Greek tourism. We have all of Attica, the coastline, the mountains, the islands, and of course the capital city, Athens, and the downtown of Athens are appealing destinations throughout the year. These are unique destinations, especially Athens is a unique destination that offers visitors unique experiences, but there's more to Attica than just the capital city, Athens. We wanted to acquaint global markets with what we have to offer. We have Visit Attica, the Greater Athens region. That's a campaign that's already traveled the world. We have a new mentality. Attica is not just one stop on the way to another destination. We want to make sure that Attica is the first and the last destination for visitors. This is a top destination and quite dynamic and promising in the southeastern Europe and in this part of the Mediterranean, and we agree it is worth so much. We have one recent example to offer amongst many. We have a digital campaign. It's been aired, or was aired first in October, and it's aired in Germany, in the UK and Sweden. We are promoting Attica as a top destination for Christmas time. As of November, at the International Athens Airport, we've had an increase by 15.7% of incoming flights compared to November 2023. We firmly believe that the metropolitan area of Attica can be the leading player in development, and most importantly, it must make a difference. Attica is very rich, and it's combining natural beauties, culinary art, and culture. To great extent, this has not been tapped. So we want to make sure that we develop and promote our tourist products and services in close collaboration with the Ministry of Tourism, EOT, and everyone, all the stakeholders. We are extroverted. We are taking advantage of each and every opportunity that's on offer through our strategic plan. We are upgrading our tourist products and services by counting on our edge, which is actually culture and civilization throughout the centuries, gastronomy, and well-accredited agri-food, winery products, or sports, catering, hoteliers, and of course there are also the islands around Attica. And there's the famous shoreline of Attica, which has not accidentally been described as the Athenian Riviera. It's now entirely different. The Athenian Riviera is attracting lots of high-cost foreign investments. Ladies and gentlemen, we're fortunate enough to be living in this place, which is synonymous with history, culture, and civilization. Therefore, in this area, you will find cultural monuments, important archaeological sites, great museums. The Acropolis and the Daphne Monastery are on the UNESCO list. We have 200 archaeological sites, 1,200 monuments, 100 protected zones, 6 traditional settlements, 10 typical villages, more such small communities, and definitely we have more such to offer in the islands, including Lavrio, Kamaris, and the industrial plants thereof, art festivals, cultural events and activities. All of that is part and parcel of the cultural charter that will be uniting the footprint of Attica with the growth prospects thereof. A very important funding tool is Attica 2021-2027. So it is important to preserve our cultural wealth, and that we have to protect and conserve it in close collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture. We are protecting 19+1 such monuments and projects. +1 is the Aristoteles Lyceum, and that will be the starting point for the establishment of a network that will bring all of the universities and all the academia of Europe and the world. Our objective is to promote and showcase what Attica has to offer and make sure that the world understands it's very beautiful and has a lot to offer, while making this an upgraded destination. To do so much, we will be spending 48 million, which will be from the regional development plan of Attica, and there will be a spatial project that will help Attica spread its wings and fly away in terms of its becoming a top destination. There are specific or ad hoc forms of tourism that are gaining ground in recent years, have been doing so. Attica is very important in terms of developing various forms of tourism. We have thematic tourism. We have to support it. It's our top priority. The wine of Attica also has its roots in the biggest vineyard of Greece, and it's a very important element to the cooking and the culinary art of Attica. We've made strategic choices that will be promoting the brand name of Metropolitan Attica in order to turn it into a top destination the world over. Sea and maritime tourism, cruising, exhibitions, thematic tourist products in that context, conference tourism. This is on the rise in Greece, and it's not seasonal, and therefore Attica in its totality, and not just Athens, is quite favorable. We are also proceeding with infrastructure projects. They will be further upgrading and enhancing the Attica region. Our objective is to make sure that the daily life of the permanent residents will be made easier, it be made pleasant without any exclusions. Let's make sure that we also give Attica what it's fit. So at the core of contemporary cities, people ought to still remain. We have announced 200 or so projects, and we have ensured the funds for these projects to materialize. These are projects that have very clear timelines and especially deadlines, including the plus one that I mentioned before. This will be the Aenon Park, meaning a metropolitan park near Faliron Bay. There will be recreational areas, the budget of which is 370 million. It's part and parcel of the European Bauhaus. It's the biggest urban refurbishment planning project that we ever had in Attica, and we are very happy because by virtue of a decision made by the government, the Taekwondo facility was handed over to the Attica region. It will be part of this new park, and therefore we will be given the opportunity to create a new park, a new center that will cater to the needs of big events, including more conferences. The uniqueness of the region of Attica, ladies and gentlemen, is due to the fact that we are talking about this region that is the economic and political center of this country. This place combines art, culture, quality of living, versatility in terms of morphology and natural landscape, while offering high quality hospitality services and products. We will be further upgrading the products and services offered by Attica region. This was, after all, the very top priority as of day one. There's a lot to be done. We have the plan, there's the volition to rise to the occasion and handle this challenge, which is, after all, the Greek tourism. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε τον Περιφερειάρχη.
We thank the regional governor of Attica, Mr. Nikos Hardalias. I would like to ask the mayor of Athens, Mr. Harisdoukas, to take the floor.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, Νίκο. Καλή σας ημέρα.
Thank you, Nikos. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you. And of course, we're talking about an economic activity that contributes more than 1/4 to the country's GDP, is a national affair, and it requires proper planning, delicate handling, investments, monitoring of development, replanning where needed, and mainly protection of the main capital. Tourism is an affair, an investment that, in order for it to be effective, requires funding, investing in the city, in infrastructure, services, actions, and rules and regulatory framework. And these demands become more and more complex in the last few years because the main product, that is, the land that attracts visitors, is going through recent challenges, such as the climate crisis. In Athens, in the previous decades, we wanted to communicate the advantage of Athens and put it forward as a modern city, but we need to cater for the resilience of the city, for its operation, its function, to make it safe and attractive for visitors, and this in a way that it will not alter its character, its personality, and will not undermine the future of the city. And I'm saying this because Athens is experiencing a major change. It has managed to become a destination, whereas in the past it was just a transit city. I think we will have 8 million tourists out of the 30 that visit the country, 8 million just in Athens. And this change is a locomotive for the economy of the city. This is very important for new investments, to liven, to revive areas. But it also raises various challenges. The housing problem, the increase of prices in the real estate, and also puts forward pathogenies of the city. When you welcome 8 million visitors, you need additional infrastructures and services. In the Athens municipality, we are not dealing with tourism as a source of problems, quite the contrary, and we want to protect it as well as the inhabitants. And in order to do that, we use the most modern tools, and we are very happy because it was a pre-electoral commitment. We have completed the study on the carrying capacity of Athens. I think we are the first municipality that does this, with 2 consultations, 800 questionnaires, and 18 bodies. And allow me to say a few words on this. We haven't seen the results. We will present them in detail in the coming weeks. We do not have a crisis of over-tourism in Athens, as with the housing, but we have oversaturation in some neighborhoods. And September, which is the most pressing month, since we have the inhabitants coming back, we have a saturation in approximately 27 out of the 120 neighborhoods of Athens, which means that in specific areas we need to rechannel together with the hotels and other stakeholders to see other areas and to stop this overcompression and oversaturation. Where do we have the major problem? Short-term leases in Plaka and hotels with increase more than 120% in the commercial triangle of the city. So we will announce specific actions and measures, and the study concludes, and I will conclude with that despite the fact that we don't have a problem like Barcelona, for instance, so an overall over-tourism, we have issues and we need to adopt practices in order to face the problem and not to have a new crisis. This is why we will communicate the results and the actions in consultation with the hotels and the various platforms in order to make the city not just sustainable and resilient, but also pleasant, both for the inhabitants and for the visitors. And I think that today's conference, many executives from the development company of the municipality will attend it and will follow it, so it will give us ideas for the actions that we need to follow. Thank you very much. We thank the Mayor of Athens, Mr. Harisdoukas. I would like to ask the Minister, Mrs. Kefalogianni, to proceed here to the Holy Inquisition table for the interview. We need to have microphones, though.
Κύριε Υπουργέ, θα ξεκινήσω από μια αναφορά που κάνατε στην ομιλία σας στις ειδικές μορφές τουρισμού που αναπτύσσει το Υπουργείο σας.
Let me make special reference to the special facilities and infrastructure that your ministry is developing in order for us to practically understand how these special types of tourism will help us implement our national strategy, our national tourist strategy. Thank you. To begin with, the national plan and our strategy for Greek tourism right now aims at quality. Yes, 2023 was a record-breaking year. 2024 was yet another record-breaking year. But we shouldn't rest in our laurels or our record-breaking years. What really matters for Greece is to be able to achieve growth with sustainability, resilience and competitiveness, and to have tourism all year round in every single region. Mr. Hadjimarkou is here. He's the regional governor of the Southern Aegean region. Definitely, this is one of the regions that possibly pitching in more than any other region in terms of tourist growth, and the same goes for the region of Crete and another 3 regions. So 5 out of a total of 13 regions in Greece are actually growing from a tourist point of view. They're achieving high growth, and this goes to show that there are huge prospects for us to further develop tourism in the rest of the regions of Greece. And of course, this is also important in terms of attracting more visitors by counting on not just what we know, the sea and the sun, but you see, The sea and the sun, of course, will always be appealing, and it will be part of our fundamental tourist offer. So we have to envelope it in more quality, make it more sustainable as well, but we're also interested in investing in spatial or specific forms of tourism. So we want to make sure that visitors will have experiences that will have them come back not just in the summer, but also maybe in the fall, the spring, and if possible even during winter time. And obviously, it is important to therefore proceed with relevant legislation. In my previous tenure as Minister of Tourism, we first established agri-tourism, wine tourism, maritime tourism frameworks, and we were also working together with the Church of Greece to promote religious tourism as well. This alone does not suffice. Promoting such products and services is also important. Marketing matters because we're talking about various and different experiences that one can get here. And the big chance or the big break for the tourism ministry is the RRF. I'll come back to that, but over the past few years at least, we've been hearing a lot, time and again, about infrastructure. Everybody is insisting on the need to have state-of-the-art integrated infrastructure. So please tell us where we are as concerns the RRF and the absorption of RRF funds, and let us also, please, find out through you, Ma'am, what sort of projects are already happening as we speak. Well, when there's mention of infrastructure, the Ministry of Culture obviously can provide motivation or fund tourist infrastructure. And this brings us to what the state overall is doing for infrastructure in general throughout Greece. For instance, we want to develop Thessaloniki as a city break destination. Yet it's important that a few days ago, we indeed opened a very modern metro in Thessaloniki, which is precious as such because it's also a site. I come from Thessaloniki, so let me seize this opportunity to state this. It must be connected to the airport. From a tourist point of view, tourist development point of view, I think it's necessary to connect the Thessaloniki metro with the airport of Thessaloniki. After all, the original plan is to have it go all the way to Kalamariya, and eventually is going to have a landline that will be joining the metro to the airport. I'm just taking advantage of this new example of the metro of Thessaloniki, but we're missing other infrastructure types and projects in many destinations all over Greece. Let me now respond first to the RRF funds used with a view to making or constructing more infrastructure, because you and I are very well aware of the fact that also many municipalities all over Greece do not have fundamental infrastructure that would be supportive of tourist growth and development. And there are more and more tourists coming. So we're using RRF funds nowadays, and a very big chunk is used for the ski resorts and relevant infrastructure already. 4+1 that's upcoming will be funded through RRF funds. This is very important because we want to make sure that there is winter tourism. At the same point in time, we are funding infrastructure for hiking, and that brings me to the other end, which is the sea tourism. That's a big chunk of RRF funds. We will be upgrading and refurbishing the tourist spots of Greece. I believe that in the next few years, we can be the leading player in this type of tourism, but we definitely, in the meantime, need to make sure that we beef up our existing infrastructure in terms of ports and marinas, but also build new ones. Having said that, the next bill we are going to bring to the National Parliament will be for licensing properly the tourist ports, and this has been a problem for many years. We have noticed so much nowadays. After looking at the dossiers we have received, each and every tourist port you see is a case apart. So there are various red tape issues, and obviously we have to find ways to fix all those problems that have kept us stagnant. And Then diving tourism, diving parks. We are funding and financing such actions and activities as well. And we are moreover funding and financing digital platforms to promote and market all these types of tourism, diving and sea tourism and winter tourism. And there's the Actis network, which is agri-food. So, gastronomy, agri-food. We're going to have the national map, as we call it, a map of Greece that will show visitors the various prospects that we offer where you can combine gastronomy with tourism, for instance. And the same goes for cultural tourism and all the specific forms of tourism, ad hoc tourism. We are actually refurbishing Visit Greece, which is the national Greek tourist organization, Oreoti in Greece portal. And there, thanks to the use of AI, artificial intelligence, the potential or candidate visitor to Greece will be able to use this portal in order to customize it. So through the filters, the person who's coming to Greece will choose what is of interest to them in order for eventually the portal to offer this person with options. To sum up, using RRF funds, we are funding the use of digital tools and infrastructure, and most importantly, we are also focused on upskilling and reskilling the people who work in the tourist industry, and the feedback has been very positive. 20,000 vacancies. The vacancies were 20,000, so we expected to train 20,000 people, but the applications we received were twice as many. So Greek hospitality is what we're famous for. It's very important to invest in the people who work in the tourist industry, the whole range of services and products. So this is one of our priorities.
The Bill of Law, which is already in consultation, includes various provisions for regulating short-term leases and a new classification system on the basis of environmental terms. And I want to ask you, and this is a question from property owners, will the procedure be simplified for them? And what are the problems that are being solved through the new provisions on tourism? Well, this is the third legislation initiative by the Ministry of Tourism. We had started with another one where we provided some institutional instruments. With the first law, we institutionalized the Regional Council on Tourism. I think that tourism pertains not just the government, the Ministry of Tourism and the National Tourism Organization, but over and above all the regions of the country. So one dimension was exactly that, to be able to have a cooperation with all the regions and have concerted actions. And now with the new legislation initiative, we will go for the first time, as I said in my initial address, to have a minimum framework and specifications for properties that are leased on the short term. We have seen that this excessive pressure, the mayor mentioned that, Mr. Hatzimarkos knows that in other areas of Southern Aegean. We know that all this is related to the uncontrolled increase of short-term leases, of Airbnb, etc., while the hotels and accommodations, other type of accommodations are controlled. They have very strict specifications. And when there are complaints, we as ministry have to check and impose fines. So you cannot have a tourist product that works in parallel with hotels and creates a lot of problems and works uncontrollably. You know that the Ministry of Finance has established some criteria for those who are having this as a business activity, and there will be some restrictions imposed because we have seen that there are a lot of pressures on Athens. No one wants Athens to be a tourist park. We want to have a live city for its inhabitants, for the visitors, for all those who are active in this city. Moreover, the Ministry of Finance has provided some incentives to make short-term lease to long-term lease. So, in the part that is under our competence, we will put the functional specifications and safety specifications, because it is important to be able to check, to control whether this property that is being rented, leased on the short term, fulfills the minimum requirements. And we do this with the competent bodies, with fines, etc. And it is the first time that we have a framework for control. Now, the classification system that you mentioned for hotels, which is a very pioneer thing, is an initiative under the Hotels Chamber of Greece, which is processed by the Technical Chamber of Greece, and which will classify the hotels based on sustainability criteria. The classification of hotels with stars, it's a different thing. And we have said and legislated that as Greece we adopt the classification of the Hotel Stars Union on a European level. And I think that the new commissioner and the European MP here will have a lot of work to do so that in Europe we have a uniform way to classify the hotels. But beyond that, we say sustainability criteria, energy efficiency, management of water, management of waste. What is your performance as a hotel? And this gives you a different classification, different grading. But allow me here to connect it to the issue of infrastructures. Because as ministry we come and we say that you have to have water management or waste management, etc. With the Bill of Law, we give the opportunity to have swimming pools with seawater. There was no legal provision to have pumping of water, to make pumping of water possible. We saw this summer in Paros the air photos with all these swimming pools and the excessive use of water for these swimming pools. On the other side, you have a lot of islands where you don't have connection with networks. So the state and local governments will have to solve these basic needs for infrastructures, for basic infrastructures. If we want to have tourist development, all the municipalities of the countries have to be connected to networks so that hotels can improve and reinforce the sustainability criteria. The digital platforms, can they help in further developing Greek tourism, and how? Answer: the digital era is here. AI will affect, it already affects, but in the coming years it will affect the way that we think before the trip, during the trip, and afterwards. This summer, let me tell you, we have launched this app, which is called My Greece, with the use of AI, and it is a digital assistant to visitors. The whole idea started with the management that we had to do last summer with Mr. Hadjimarkos in the wildfires of Rhodes, and it was a case where successful management led us to create surplus value for this destination. It might sound controversial, but the fact that we showed that we are organized and we provide safety for our visitors, even during crisis times, helped us to have Rhodes being the destination with the best result from any compared to all the others. I'm saying this because we are interested in having the visitors in the country be able to get the information as fast and as reliable as possible. AI helps us. This app can give you information in 31 languages, and it gives you the opportunity to be connected to 112 and send, if you are in an emergency, to send a notification as to where you are in order to get assistance. This is in case of emergency, but AI helps a lot. As I said before, visit Greece with AI. You can have an individualized experience We can have digital platforms connected to visiting Greece. So Greece is entering this promotion era with the digital tools. Question: the program Tourism for All is a successful program. Will it go on in the coming year? And will it be enlarged when we have a broadening of the right to participate in the program? Answer: this is a question that we are working on with the Deputy Minister, Mrs. Rapti. We are promoting this because a country like Greece needs to have also domestic tourism. We want Greeks to be able to travel in the country. So through this program, Tourism for All, we give the opportunity to all those who need support to be able to travel in Greece. This program will enter the new period, and in the coming time we will announce when exactly we will be able to launch it. But let me tell you something here, Mr. Hadjinikolaou. With this program, and last year we had increased income criteria, social criteria. We have included categories such as people with disabilities, single parent families, retirees, pensioners, but many of them do not use this voucher. It's a shame because others could have it. I mean, to give the opportunity to other people to make a holiday, to take a holiday. And this year we will have 2 lotteries because we want to support more, to support demand and participation off-season, during off-season months. Of course, we understand that many people cannot travel outside the summer, but for those who can, it would be useful to enhance this possibility to do what we said, that is to gain experience in the mountainous areas of the country and special forms of tourism. Mr. Hadjinikolaou, besides, the climate in Greece is excellent for 6 months a year. Now, the global environment is like moving sand. It is changing all the time. Are there new opportunities for Greece in this whole landscape? Answer: as we said, tourism is affected by outside factors. We have 2 wars in our neighborhood. We have economic problems in many of our basic markets. Yet, as Greece, we have managed, and I think we should remember that this is related to the way we opened up during the pandemic. It was very successful. We gave the feeling that we are organized and we can provide security. And you remember that the Prime Minister himself, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, took the responsibility on his shoulders for opening up the country. And Greece got a market share from its competitors because tourism is a very competitive activity. We should not forget that. So we got some points. And what we want is to reinforce our traditional markets, but also open up to new markets. New markets such as India, Korea, South Korea, or on the other hand, the US. For the first time this year we had direct flights from the eastern coast, but we want also to invest on opening up the west coast of the US. A lot of opportunities. Greece is well positioned as a brand, as a destination that has upgraded the product during the last 10 years. A lot of investments have taken place in tourism, and I'm very happy that beyond the excellent Greek businessmen who invest for Greece for so many years, we have also major foreign groups that invest. So I think that there is a lot of dynamics as regards investments and as regards the product, the tourist product provided. So I think that everything will go well as long as we follow this strategy. And we have also a major opportunity now with a commissioner who is responsible for transportation and tourism, with Elisa Vosenberg, who is the president in the Committee for Tourism, with the former minister, Mrs. Kundura, who is always promoting tourism issues in Europe. And so many of our issues can become European policies, and we can put them and promote them in the proper way. We thank very warmly the Minister for Tourism, Mrs. Kefalogianni. Now I pass the torch to Mrs. Mariana Pyrgioti, the co-organizer for the first panel, Transportation and Tourism.
Πάρα πολύ. Καλώς ορίσατε.
Thank you and welcome.
Να σας πω απλώς ότι μπροστά σας σε όλα τα τραπέζια υπάρχει...
In each and every table, or in each and every table,
υπάρχει
there's a QR code.
Σε κάθε τραπέζι, στο οποίο QR code...
So on your table you will find a QR code. So we would kindly ask you to scan the QR code, because in each and every session, in each and every section, there will be a number of questions and we would like you to vote. That is, to state your opinion. Eventually we're going to announce the results. So you can vote over the internet and those who are physically present. So on each and every table you have a QR code. It's easy to find. Please scan it. How does transportation impact tourism? The minister has already touched on it. She explained that a big chunk of infrastructure, and infrastructure as such is a locomotive for the tourist industry, a big chunk of infrastructure concerns another ministry. So I'll start with Mr. Vasilis Economou, who's the Deputy Minister of Infrastructure and Transport, since we're talking about infrastructure. Please join me on stage. Take a seat, and of course with us we also have people who represent the biggest companies, transport entities and the tourist industry. The Secretary General of the Greek Tourism Confederation, also in Greece, Mr. George Vernikos, is here. Welcome, sir. Please take a seat. As you please, I guess you will be seated next to the minister. We also have with us Mrs. Theodora Riga, who is the Director of Strategic Communications of the Thessaloniki Port Authority of SA, and she is, as of this summer, also the President of MedCruise. The MedCruise represents more than 160 ports. We are also in the presence of Mrs. Marina Spiridaki, who is the Corporate Affairs Manager of Aegean, and George Villos, who is the Executive Director, Commercial and Business Development, Fraport, Greece. Welcome.
Εγώ θα κάτσω πλάι, κύριε Υπουργέ.
Do you all have a microphone? The mic's on. Welcome yet again. Transport and tourism, transportation and tourism, no doubt. The good thing about having a moderator who's of a certain age is that this person can remember things. My memory serves me. I was a kid back in the 60s. Back in the 60s, the favorite destination of my family as of September was Mani. And it would take us about 7 hours to go to Yithio. And from Yithio to Gerolimenas, we needed 3 hours. It was a 3-hour drive. As you can understand, this was tough. As we speak, Mani has resolved this issue and, of course, become a very popular destination for a number of reasons, most importantly because it's accessible. And the same also happened to me when I had my kids, and back in the 80s we were going to Koufonisia. To go to Koufonisia we would take the ferry for 10 hours, and then a small boat would pick us up and take us over to Koufonisia, where there was just a taverna and 2 places to stay. As we speak, Koufonisia is the most popular destination, and this is what's happened to the rest of Greece as well. In the absence of infrastructure, this wouldn't have been made possible. Infrastructure for transportation, first and foremost. And this brings me to the minister. You hadn't been born just yet back in the 60s, so let us go to your days, meaning today, when there is infrastructure, but obviously this infrastructure no longer suffices to achieve what the minister said, that is the expansion and turning many different destinations into top destinations, because there's still an accessibility issue. Let me share with you an example. Eastern Attica, you are a resident of Eastern Attica, and so am I in Eastern Attica. We just have 2 buses tops, and what sort of tourism would you expect there? Unless, of course, there's a group of tourists that comes on the coach. So they have to make a plan, starting with Attica. Pre-planning or drafting anew the plan is a necessary precondition in terms of roads and transportation. This is what we've been doing for the past 6 months. In May 2025, we will have completed this plan for Attica and Thessaloniki. Back in the time of the Olympic Games in 2024, that was the last time when this map for public transportation was drafted. In the meantime, a lot has changed. A lot has changed in terms of the means of transportation, but also the trends and circulation, all traffic you get. So Thessaloniki now has the metro, and this has changed completely the operation of transportation means. About 50 or 60,000 cars will no longer be used because the drivers and the passengers thereof will be taking the metro. You're right, but then again, it's also important to connect it to the airport, as Mr. Hadjinikolaou said. Yes, this is important. The so-called western suburbs of Thessaloniki will also have a suburban rail eventually, and they will be eventually linked to the metro. Until 2025, the metro will reach Kalamaria, and then we have another 2 lines which are part of the expansion of the metro in Thessaloniki. So, new infrastructure that will be changing the map of tourism. I guess you realize that such a contemporary and state-of-the-art metro would facilitate the moving about of people. Things are more complicated in Athens because we have 4 to 5 million residents and millions of visitors. As the mayor said, we have 8 million tourists visiting Athens, and the permanent residents are faced with traffic jams. The traffic jams are also a hindrance for tourists who wish to visit the area around Athens or the sites downtown. It's true that we have motorways that could handle about 1 million, whereas permanently we have 3 million roaming the roads of Attica. That signifies that we need to have a different take about modern transportation. We have to proceed with interventions. They have to be specific. Transportation, generally speaking, we are renewing our fleet. We are making things contemporary. You can no longer use buses to carry tourists around the city that are 25 years old. This is a critical issue. Another critical factor is associated with the fact that we have to make sure that our connections in order to eventually have people get on board different buses or means of transport to get more remote destinations in Attica. It's exactly what you said. Many places in Greece, of course, don't have enough transportation. Yeah, this is the problem for us in Attica and also Piraeus. Piraeus appears to have accessibility nowadays, but other places in Attica can't be reached unless you have your private vehicle. So you're planning for that. We are working on those. We are dealing with the urban transportation issue. We will be having tenders for all of Attica and the rest of Greece. So this is part of what we do. On top of that, at the level of our ministry, we established the so-called Air Tourism Committee. This will be encompassing dozens of airports throughout Greece that are not being used. So we are making plans to have air tourism or airport tourism. And about 50 to 60,000 private planes find it hard to land in Greece, you know. Right, so there's no facility, no infrastructure. They can't land where? Not everywhere. The small airport, yes, the so-called regional airports. The big airports, well, Fraport has upgraded significantly the airports. Clearly, so Fraport is refurbishing the airports that are pertinent to it as to the rest of the Greek airports. It's silent, much like a tomb. So this type of tourism is zero. Hydroplanes. I was young when you started talking about it. Well, hydroplanes or hydrofoils. Hydroplanes. I had a meeting with the Ministry of Shipping. So we are going to bring a piece of legislation to the National Parliament in order to duly proceed with such type of flying or planes. Hopefully, by 2025, we will have created the right framework, legally, institutionally speaking, in order to have hydroplanes. It's very funny to me when a country like Greece can't have hydroplanes. We've been talking about it for more than 20 years, true, but in 2025 you will see the hydroplanes materialize because the relevant framework will be in place, so things are changing. Let me come back to you. Let's lend an ear to what SEDA has to say. Mr. Vernikos, you have the overall picture after all. To begin with, let me ask you about this. In 2025, according to your estimates, is the tourist inflow going to be higher, smaller, the same? And which countries will our visitors be coming from, given that we have volatility in the area so far?
Good morning. Thank you for the question. I want to send a salutation to all the friends who are here. I will try not to repeat what has been said so far and what the following speakers will go into in more detail. What I'm interested in is conveying some messages, and I feel that tourism, as a multiplier, it's a 30% of the GDP, which means that we have a great responsibility towards the society. The first effort that we want to contribute to as a social partner is to have inter-party consensus as regards how we face things. The whole tourism ideology, if you may, which means that tourism together with environment and culture and local productivity, defense of the identity, expansion of the tourist period, and exploitation of new areas are things that we all agree upon, the society and the parties. And we are, of course, in cooperation with the Ministry of Tourism, and we agree on the various points with the various specific points. This is the general framework. I want to add that tourism is a blessing, and this is proven in all areas that have tourism flows. These are the only areas that have an increase of their population and a higher standard of living. It is not by chance that our basic slogan is that what we do well, we should do it better. The basic strategy, communication strategy, is focusing on quality. This is the founding word. On sustainability, we believe that at least in the last years, it's the cornerstone of any growth or any approach. And when I say sustainability, I mean convergence to the UN goals for sustainable growth. And we have also added the word measure. The ancient philosophic viewpoint that everything requires to be moderate, but also measurable. This is the general my general points, but let me contribute now to the thinking what we are concerned about in Greece and more generally. Some things are advancing, some things that we were discussing a year ago or 6 months still continue to be in the actuality, whether we're talking about sustainability or digitization. But there are some problems that sometimes overturn us, overcome us. First of all, we're talking about the demographics. You know that during the last 15 years, the population in Greece has been reduced by 700,000. We have had migration of 680,000 Greeks, and this has led to serious gaps in the economy and the needs of the economy. At the same time, however, together with the demographic, we have also the migrational issue. You know that the economy requires migrants, but the society reacts to that, which means that we need legal migration, and we have pressures from illegal or irregular migration. All this requires social debate and the participation of all of us. It is not just a matter of political decisions taken top down. We also need to participate. In parallel with the demographics and the migration issues, we are talking about issues pertaining to housing and employment. For employment, we have also a lot of, these are complex issues, and I want to stress that in relation to what is happening in Europe, where we have a major discussion as regards competitiveness and entrepreneurship. On behalf of the employers, all this comes down to the Draghi plan, which makes specific proposals. But issues pertaining to competitiveness and the need of the Greek economy to be competitive, these issues are in competition with the social pillar of Europe, which is a basic element of the European policy. I am sure that our European MPs who are here will add their own touch or they will inform us around all these discussions that are being held in Europe right now. So the message is the following, that although tourism is the basic contributor to Greek economy, this creates a great responsibility on our side, responsibility to communicate with the society, responsibility to be part of the discussion and not just follow the discussions. And you, of course, understand that all these concerns are deeply affected by the general geostrategical developments that we have in the area. So, in summary, demographic, migration, housing, competitiveness, and entrepreneurship and employment. This is the landscape. Of course, in parallel, there are other questions and requests from each sector, and I'm sure that the next speakers will cover this. That was my contribution to our discussion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vernikos. I will now go on to Ms. Riga. As I told you, she is the Director for Strategic Communication of the Thessaloniki Port Authority, and at the same time she is President of the Union for Mediterranean Cruises. This is not just a title, because when we met some years ago in Thessaloniki there was just one arrival of a cruiser ship. And right now, Thessaloniki has elected a president for the whole Mediterranean. I'm sure your personality played a role, but it is really astounding how this took place. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation once again. I'm very happy. We're talking about tourism as a national affair, and this is how it is. And you were the first ones to do that. Warm congratulations. First of all, it is a great honor for me and for our country that 160 ports of the Mediterranean trusted us with the presidency. But beyond that, we have been in this union as a country, and we were the protagonists in the relaunching of cruises. You know that globally, cruises started from Greece. It was very little abroad. So the companies are still grateful. And this year we have seen the contribution and the change we have as regards the approaches of cruises in Greece. The home porting has increased a lot, whereas it was not the case. Can you explain that? What is home porting? Home porting is when the cruise starts from a country and comes back to this country. During the last 15 years, it was just one company that was the basic one, Celestial Cruises, which was doing home porting. And it is the company who trusted Thessaloniki, the first one to trust Thessaloniki. From last year onwards, we have started, we have seen home porting from many companies, and this has increased a lot. So 2 days before the beginning of the cruise, they can visit Athens, where home porting starts. It is mainly Athens, Heraklion, and a little in Rhodes. And congratulations also, this is a major achievement. We believe that we will start home porting in Thessaloniki. We will start it much more. You have also the airport, a very new airport, and the combination that I can fly, reach Thessaloniki, stay for 1 or 2 days, or I get into the cruise, and after doing the round I come back and leave from Thessaloniki, sounds very, very attractive. I think we have a jewel, an airport which is a jewel, and we have a very good cooperation, and we can facilitate the passengers. When we have a good cooperation, they can arrive for a visit, they can leave their luggage, be transferred to the ship, to the vessel, and have a free day. Or the luggage can go to the airport and have a free day to stay in the city and taste gastronomy, see the sights, etc. Thessaloniki has 15 UNESCO monuments and 30 museums right at the port. So there are a lot of choices, a lot of options. The thing is that we have also the metro, and you know that this is also taken into account by the cruising companies. I was in Saudi Arabia 2 days ago that will start cruises in the Mediterranean, and this company also graded the fact that we have a metro. which is, of course, another jewel. So transportation is one of the main things that affect very, very dynamically the sector of tourism, whether we like it or not. This is why I started with what was happening 50 years or 60 years ago, because this is exactly what is happening. If you cannot reach a place, a destination, or if you go through hell to do that, this is not an option for anyone. In the past, we had very few tourists. We were pointing them with our fingers, these are the tourists, and now we are talking about over-tourism in some areas. Now, let me go to Mrs. Spiridaki for this first round. She is the Director of Corporate Affairs in the Aegean. For 2025, has the company adopted plans to increase tourist flows, and what are your targets? Of course, taking on board the satisfaction of tourists with new destinations or new services, because you know that the framework has become stricter. Airliners are expected to, the customers ask for a lot from the companies.
Let me thank you on behalf of Aegean. Indeed, it's good to meet on a yearly basis to discuss what you've managed to achieve. Individually preparing will never pay off unless we work closely together. So if the network we're building, and I'm going to elaborate on that, if we have this network but there's no effort made on behalf of the state, then if there's no private or public collaboration, if there's no effort made on the part of the destinations themselves in order to improve and deal with the problems, the residents deal with the problems or the guests. So it's very important to work together in order to achieve results. And of course, it is important to take advantage of the handful of months when, due to seasonality, we don't have as many tourists in order to prepare for the coming year. What about 2025? On our part, we've already made plans for about plus 8% compared to last year. So we expect to get 8% more visitors. So we have 25 million seats on offer. The numbers would have been higher had there been no value chain problems. But out of the 83 aircrafts that we have, we are making plans, and as a result thereof, we have made dynamic plans. So you are expecting numbers to rise, yes. And we will be adding new destinations both in Greece and abroad. Over the next month and a half, we will be flying to Azerbaijan as well. And there will be connectivity or interconnectivity. So we will be connecting Greece with other destinations through using hubs abroad. There will be more flights to Rhodes, Mykonos, Heraklion. And then there is Thessaloniki Syros, for instance. This is what I've been meaning to ask you about. I've met many foreign visitors who have told me that if I just have to fly to either Thessaloniki or Athens to eventually get to an island, then this is a problem for me. So they would like to have direct flights from other cities from abroad. So will you be interconnecting destinations? Well, during the COVID period, island hopping with an airplane was not exactly favorable. Now we've gone past that. Nowadays, again, there are people who want to go island hopping. They stop over to Athens first and then they go island hopping. So they want to have options. This is what we will be making easier. And we are also going to make interconnectivity easier in the sense that there will be direct flights from abroad to Heraklion or Rhodes. They are not going to stop over in Athens, but we have to make sure that they will arrive fast to their island destinations. And it's good to cover the islands. They're worth it. In 2024, out of curiosity, how many passengers did you get? There's a few days until the end of the year. Plus 16.3 million people. We've moved 16.3 million passengers. That was a considerable increase. Last year we had a rise by 15.5%, or 15.5 rather. So we have added or sold tickets to another 800,000 people. So, Mr. Vilos, Development, Fraport Greece, General Manager, so all the regional airports, is it a total of 14 airports, regional ones? Yes, we have renovated 14 ones, and what about more to come? Or is there no plan for upcoming refurbishments? Minister, is there? Apparently off mic, we regret not being able to interpret. So over to you, Mr. Vilos. What was the year like for Fraport? What are your growth and development goals for 2025? Let me thank you for encompassing us for the 6th consecutive year. This is a very important conference. Thank you for having us. And it's an honor for me personally and the company as such to take part in the events that you host. 2024 is a record-breaking year for the 14 regional Fraport airports. 36 million passengers we got, so that's 6.5% more compared to last year. Last year, that is in the year 2023, we had yet another record-breaking year. We got 34 million passengers, and compared to 2022-2023, we had a growth rate of 8.5%. So over the past 2 years, in a nutshell, the 14 regional airports of ours have grown by 15%. Let me nonetheless stress at this point something very important. We had important growth during the so-called low months, and this is a constant national goal. Let me give you the figures. In March and April 2024, we had an increase by 5.5%, and over October and November this year, our growth was 11%. If we compare these figures to the respective figures before the pandemic, we had an increase of 22 and 35% respectively, and this shows there's this increasing trend in view of the future. And of course, this is the result of the efforts that are being exerted both at the level of ministry and everyone. So this effort aims for people to also take advantage of the low season. So in 2025, in our estimates, we're going to have a steadifying year. Maybe there will be a slight rise compared to 2024. The challenges are huge. Greece is in the top 5 globally in terms of its tourist brand. So the higher you are, the higher the competition. There's competition in the region, the wider area. Moreover, there's satisfaction as concerns reservations and bookings made, and the hoteliers so far have been sharing their understanding, and booking is changing, and there are certain trends. So there's no specific pattern, but there are challenges too. There are the wars. They were mentioned before. We already have 2 wars happening in the area, and they are indeed impacting not just the countries involved, but they are impacting everyone, meaning all the tourists that could have come from the so-called distant countries. There's also the problem of human resources. We don't have enough people. We can't find people to work. This is a problem that's there to stay as concerns the tourist industry. Generally speaking, people, what type of people? We need people to work in the summer throughout the tourist chain. We are missing about 100,000 people throughout. This is a problem that's manageable so far, but it's here to stay. In terms of managing airports, is this a problem? No. That's why, from an operational point of view, we are going strong. It would have been very serious. Yes, and so far we are managing that in a successful manner, in a good manner at the level of the airports. Let me also refer to the issue of pricing. In some places or destinations, prices have picked up, but the services or products have not improved. Are you talking about the real estate? That too. And another challenge, and that was mentioned before, is that for years our growth paradigm was successfully based on the sea in the sun. It was good, but now we should focus on customized experiences that will be coupled to the cultural features and the morphological features of the destination. And of course, we have to look for or aim for sustainable growth development. In order for us to have a better future, we have to tackle duly the aforementioned challenges, and we have to collaborate and also have a specific strategy to improve our yield and performance. Minister, after this first round of statements and questions, and eventually we're going to have a second round, what about your own first assessment, given what you had so far? And what about the prioritization of things? I guess you have certain priorities. The ministry has certain priorities. Would you like to improve things, given the expectations of especially the tourist industry and in particular the transport sector?
Well, we are listening to positive messages, increase of visitors. To have 35 million visitors in a country where the infrastructures cannot handle such large numbers, it's marginal. So this is an issue as to the effort that you have to undertake. So we have an increase of visitors. We need to adjust transportation and infrastructure. Great leaps forward have taken place. The road network is quite impressive. It is new and it is impressive, but no tracks. So, putting the weight on roads, we have left behind the rail. During the last 15 years, the rail has not gone through its better moments. And without rail network, you cannot have transportation and you cannot have movement of goods and passengers. The program for the reconstruction of the rail, the refurbishment, is 1.2 billion worth for the next 3 years. And we believe that with this amount, we will be able to set up a safe rail in order to cover also the tourism sector. Then there are other issues that we need to see as to how the tourist product is working. I heard with interest the thought, the view that tourism should be more qualitative, as the minister said before. This is very important. I don't know if these 35 million of tourists leaving 21, 22 billion revenues, what is the burden to the country? Maybe we could have better, more qualitative tourism in order to have better revenues and manage the infrastructures. The islands, the governor will talk about it, the infrastructures are what they are. We tried to improve them, but going after the figures, we need to have some balancing. For transportation, at least, what I want to tell you is that we have a plan for refurbishment of the metro with the existing trains. In order to have better performance in the Athens metro, we need to have more trains. So we are drafting a new plan that we will present in January. To go to the airport, you need 35 minutes from downtown Athens to the airport. From January, we will manage to lower it below 30 minutes. I hope they will be air-conditioned, these trains, everywhere, because there are some trains that do not have air conditioning. Don't say that to me. You should tell that to the persons who ordered in 2024 trains without air conditioning. We have also those who bought 400 buses without a ramp for people with disabilities and 150 trolley buses without ramps for people with disabilities. These are the problematic points, the pathogenies of the country. I don't want to accuse anyone, but if you open up the books, you will see who did it. I heard when I went to the ministry that there is no need for air conditioning. Well, with the trains that we have today and with the program that will be announced by the Prime Minister in the coming days, I will not tell you today, the trains that we will order for Athens, leave aside Thessaloniki, for Athens, we believe that we will fully modernize the network because the visitors must have such a transport mode to go to the airport, to go to the port within a reasonable time frame. We will do a first step below 30 minutes, and with the new trains it will be below 25 minutes, and that would be excellent. I'm talking about the metro. We will also renew the bus fleet, 2 billion investment. This is the first time that we will have buses for Greeks and for foreign visitors with new buses. This is for the whole country? Yes, Athens and Thessaloniki. And we have also a major tender for the rest of the country, always again for new buses. And this changes the picture of transportation, not just for the people who live in Greece, but also for the visitors. And then connection with the islands, the airport. As the representative of Fraport said, I think it is impressive to see how they have been modernized, but there are other airports to modernize. I will insist on that. We have other airports to modernize. Yes, it is true that there are other airports that to synchronize, to modernize. They are in our plans, but what we are aiming at is to have great dissemination, not just to limit ourselves to 2 or 3 destinations and not be prisoners of this one-sided way. Roads is the best and everyone goes to roads, etc. It is not just roads. We have to see the other destinations. We have to see alternative tourism. I put on the table airport tourism. I think Elena Rapti will talk about it later because we are trying to do that. We are together in the committee which has started on airport tourism. I will leave something for Elena to talk about. That's all. Thank you. At this point, I would like us to see how you answered and how the question was answered. The question, how transportation affects tourism. The first question, because then I want the comments of the panel. What is the greatest impediment faced by transportation for the development of tourism? First, inadequate transportation. 2, high cost. 3rd, frequent delays. 4th, lack of strategy to connect small islands and remote areas. And the second question was, what is the initiative that would further reinforce the competitiveness of Greece as a tourist destination? we see that in the first question, we had a balanced answer. Inadequate infrastructures, 34%. High cost, 27%. I'm saying this for those frequent delays and unreliability, 20%, and lack of strategy, 19%. So we have a balanced distribution. Quite opposite to that, what is the initiative that would reinforce? The reduction of the cost of transportation is given as an answer by 49%, and improvement of connection between insular Greece and remote areas is at 24%. Mr. Vernikos, what is your view on these answers given by those who are in the room and by those who are connected online? Can you hear me? Yes. Generally, I try not to answer unilaterally. The fact that transportation is very important, this is crystal clear. We need infrastructures. SETE has 4,000 pages per area. What are the improvements that are required? So everything is true. And there is a huge effort undertaken. Allow me 2 minutes to say a few concluding words. For 2024, we are expecting 38 million tourists together with cruises. And although we don't want to make forecast for 2025, we believe that it will be a good year, taking on board all the positive and negative elements. That is, that we will be at the same level, more or less, as with 2024. For tourism, to summarize the previous points, I would say 3 words. We are deeply concerned with the employment issue, in the sense that we lack staff, and in the sense of how the working relationships are shaped. We are deeply concerned with housing, the general issue of housing, but in tourist destinations this is very, very acute. And third, charges, which are included in how the social dialogue takes place and how they are announced, etc. This is the basic issue. I am from Sifnos, and I see the regional governor sitting there. For the region of Southern Aegean, of course, tourism is very, very important. I see also my friend Adonis Teriatos, who will talk about maritime tourism later. So we have touched the subject from various viewpoints. So I will conclude by saying that our basic strategy, which is quality, sustainability, I mean, if some people have not understood this, there's nothing we can do. So quality, sustainability, and moderation is the basic of SETE strategy. As regards the rest, I agree with the speakers, but I have to remind that the difficult questions lie ahead. I wish that they were easy. I wish that they were easy even for transportation, because I want to add to the crucial character of problems. Even in infrastructures, there is an issue. Nothing should be taken for granted. If we need to have a port in a destination, which goes without saying, in order to have better transportation, you have to take into account that there will be reactions to that. So I come back and I say that how the social dialogue is done and how tourism is communicating with the society is the first concern for us. Thank you very much. Yes, you are right there. And sustainable growth, sustainable development is the key phrase. But I will come back to what we have shown on the 2 cards. And I want to go to Mrs. Spiridaki first, Aegean. Mrs. Spiridaki, you see that there is a feeling that the costs are too high, or at least too high for the income of Greeks and some tourists who do not belong to the upper class, which is more attractive for us as a destination, of course, but it is not very attractive if we think that we want gradually the country to do even better in the destinations. We have not reached the top of tourism. So we still need the middle class, we still need students and young people as visitors. So we see that the cost is an issue. Airliners face this issue in many ways, but I would like to have your view, your approach on that in relation to responsibility and sustainability, and also in relation to cost per se.
This sector is highly competitive, not just the tourist industry, but also the sector of transportation. Now we are competing with about 80 airlines abroad. This is highly competitive, and they have respective models that support them from the national countries, and they have different starting points. So we are trying to keep up, and we are trying to deal with circumstances that globally affect the sector, and there's also the issue of pricing. Of course, we need to know, or people need to know, that we are also under pressure because there's been a rise in prices which has affected the entire value chain and the whole all of the stages, and there's also the political juncture. So of course we're also interested in the special categories, each and every one individual category of passengers. So we are not discriminating against anyone. Maybe in the past it wasn't easy for anyone to buy a ticket. Nowadays prices are generally speaking affordable. We've also sold or created special products especially for the youth age 18 to 25. This is doing very well, solely for the youth. But it's also important to say such things. Yes, all of that is very important, and we try to adjust and adapt our policies depending on what's happening and what the country needs. In the past, we also added itineraries and destinations. This is a very important thing when you want to support the tourist industry of a country. So you have to invest, you have to position yourself properly, and that is why we have added new routes and itineraries to encompass other regional airports. We've also improved and increased our capacity during specific times of the year, and we've launched campaigns, special campaigns, always with a view to making us more appealing and attractive. So this is in a nutshell the capacities and scope we have. There's another thing. Booking tickets ahead of time or buying when there's a special offer. This is something we do regularly, especially during the winter, to improve our cash flow and have more traffic. For instance, this year's Black Friday sales were record-breaking. What's your comment on this? Minister, those who answered our questions, over to you. Infrastructure first, and then Miss Riga. So let's start with the airports. What else can we do in order to improve the circumstances, in order for us to become even more attractive and appealing? Because quite often the first impression really matters, and it leaves a positive or a negative impact. Well, had we had this discussion 10 years ago, and had we gone abroad on road shows, people would say that the regional airports of Greece were the problem. Athens, its airport, is state-of-the-art. 10 years ago, the regional airports were the problem. Nowadays, I guess everybody agrees that the 14 regional airports are up to par, so they can compete with respective airports abroad. These 14 regional airports are points of entry and exit that leave a very important footprint and a good impression, which is positive for the visitors. So I don't think there's any issue with at least the big regional airports, and pretty soon the airport of Kalamata will have been renovated as well, and therefore we will have in total 15 contemporary regional airports. And we're not stopping there. Obviously, each and every year our company invests about 50 million to further upgrade the 14 airports. Already we've invested 1.8 billion in those 15 or 14 airports. As we speak, we are also proceeding with more works, so the airstrips are now aligned with EASA standards. And according to our models, whenever we notice there's an increasing trend in demand, we adjust and adapt the capacity of our airports and we proceed with further investments. We have planned for such investments in 4 airports, including Santorini, Mykonos, Kos and Kerkira. Apparently, they are borderline in terms of their capacity, so we will be further investing 200 million there, although no final decision has been made. But when it comes to airport facilities and infrastructure, Greece is fine, and it has nothing to envy compared to its peers abroad. Now, the other issue is the infrastructure, the rest of the infrastructure. Okay, let's talk about the ports. Mrs. Riga, the Thessaloniki port has surprised us positively when it comes to tourism, because it was not exactly a destination. Now it is a destination. What are the next steps to be made, and what are you going to further improve? We have invested for cruise ships, and generally speaking, we have proceeded with relevant investments because we have invested 74 million. So cruise is very important for the tourist industry. Whenever there's a pleasant experience for everyone on board, this is appealing and attractive, and it's convincing them to come back. This is what we're interested in. The port is a great asset for the city of Thessaloniki. That's why we're working closely together with everyone. Of course, we used to work closely together. It was good as it was, but we are extroverted in terms of tourism, so we're working with the city of Thessaloniki, the municipality, everyone. So we are all working together here and abroad. Now, what is really important also is to improve connectivity. We will have 80 cruise ships, more or less what we had last year. So again, we want to have good connectivity with 12 ports. What really matters is for passengers, visitors to reach Thessaloniki fast and easily. I'm talking about passengers on cruise ships. I was at an event and they want a connection with Saudi Arabia. Unfortunately, there's no connection with Saudi Arabia. Maybe not just yet, there will be later. I'd like to think later we will contact ourselves, right? So you don't really know what to do. You can't do things or start a route without having secured passengers, but you can't have passengers unless you create routes and itineraries. Of course, it goes without saying. That's why turning Thessaloniki into a city break destination, that will make a difference, and that will further improve connectivity. What about connectivity or connections to the United States of America? It's very tough to have such lines unless there's high demand. It goes without saying, but we have to work together. The airport of Thessaloniki is a jewel, and we're working very well together. We are having such an exceptional collaboration that we are telling the cruise lines that this is also an option. We have built a relationship of trust with everyone. Minister, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. That was a very interesting discussion. Let us now pass the baton to Alexandros Kontis, who is editor-in-chief for Real News. He is going to discuss the green and blue economy in the tourist industry. Elena Rapti, Deputy Minister of Tourism, is here, and also various politicians, statespersons and regional governors, including MPs. All the best to you. Thank you very much for listening to us.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλημέρα σας.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. This is the second section, and maybe this will be one of the most interesting sessions today. It's the blue and the green economy section. In 2019, the University of the Aegean conducted a very interesting survey. It measured how many plastic bottles were found on the island of Santorini, and the results were astounding because more than 22 million bottles, plastic bottles, were found over the span of 4 months. This goes to show, I guess, the burden, the environmental burden of this garbage for such an island. And of course, I guess we all understand there are various issues that pop up at a point in time when the climate crisis is a major issue. But maybe this was also scope for more growth. And against this backdrop, we would like to welcome our guests, Mrs. Rapti first. Mrs. Rapti, the Deputy Minister of Tourism.
Κυρία Χατζηνικολάου, κυρία...
Thank you, Mr. Hadjinikolaou, Mrs. Perioti, for this invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a pleasure for me to participate in the 6th conference together with distinguished interlocutors with whom we share common concerns for the course of Greek tourism, as well as a common vision to make our country a global pole of attraction with quality and sustainability. I think we will all agree that in the last years, Greek tourism is called upon to face important and complex challenges: the impact of the climate crisis, the competitive environment globally, the new travelers' habits that require a new policy and adjusted measures. In the Ministry of Tourism, we respond to these challenges through specific policies. We create the conditions today for a new beginning for Greek tourism, a new cycle of tourism development with a vision and central objective, having a central objective, the sustainability of the product and the destinations. A growth that is based on moderation and balance, respect to the natural and cultural environment, ensuring the well-being of local societies and ensuring opportunities for all, and the protection of the identity of the destinations. Based on these principles, the strategy of the Ministry includes specific objectives: sustainable and quality tourism development, differentiation and enrichment of the product, empowering of the human resources, and promoting the Greek tourism product. At the same time, we take care for the improvement of accessibility for all. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is held at a period with positive messages for tourism. The resilience of Greek tourism, the stable preference of travelers are depicted both on the data for 2023, where we had record highs, and on the data for the present year. However, what we want is not just to have the quantity, that is a big number of tourists, but also quality. We want to provide quality tourism that will attract visitors with a high income, travelers that will spend as much as possible from their available income, and that this will be disseminated throughout the country, throughout the year, by means of mild tourism activities, focusing on the advantages that we can draw from the outstanding natural landscapes and the cultural heritage to shape a sustainable and differentiated tourism product, promoting different forms of tourism and incorporating in our strategy the principles of maritime and green growth, green recovery. We are funding the renovation of ski resorts, marinas, undersea parks, development of submarine museums, and with the various interventions for the local management of destinations, we have taken steps for the management of the destinations, and we create specific tools to reinforce coastal tourism, which plays a very important role for our country in terms of sustainability And such an example is the Observatory for Coastal Tourism in the Mediterranean that we have set up following a memorandum of understanding between our country and the UN. And this initiative will place our country as a leader in the effort for sustainable growth for this activity in the Mediterranean. At the same time, we reinforce the operation of the National Observatory for Tourism Development in order to better monitor the performance of the tourism sector based on the requirements of the international market. However, the transition to green and blue growth cannot be achieved in isolation. We work together with the other line ministries and stakeholders to implement specific policies in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment and Energy. We are processing the new plan for tourism, and the ambition is that it becomes the main means to achieve a sustainable tourism development, providing tools that will reinforce the protection of the environment, social prosperity, and in collaboration with the Hotel Chamber of Greece, we develop an innovative system for classifying the hotel units, and the minister mentioned that before. This is based on the principle of sustainability, and with this we establish specific criteria. It is already in public consultation and it will be enriched. And since I referred to the new Bill of Law that is in consultation for some more days, I want to point out that in this Bill of Law there are provisions for the quality upgrading of tourist harbors, for saving water that can be used for other urban uses, and the promotion of special forms of tourism such as spa tourism. So the turn towards mild and sustainable forms of tourism allow us to properly manage the natural resources and put forward the special features of an area, of a destination, and this is our strategic choice, always in collaboration with local governments, the stakeholders and the professionals in the local societies. Besides, with common effort and synergies, we can make our country a destination of global interest that will provide to the visitor quality, authentic and unique experiences with long-term benefits for the local societies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Without further ado, let me now invite Elizabeth Vosenberg, Chair of Committee on Transport and Tourism, European Parliament, and MEP for the New Democracy Party, along with Mrs. Elena Koundoura, Member of European Parliament Syriza, former Minister of Tourism and Vice President of the Tourism Committee at the level of the European Parliament, along with Katerina Spiridaki, Member of Parliament for Lasithi Pasokinal, Head of Tourism Sector, and George Hadjimarkos, the Governor of the South Aegean region, along with Alexandros Vasilikos, President of the Hellenic Chamber of Hotels and the President of Hotrec. Last but not least, Spiros Venetsianos, Deputy General Manager, Head of Structured Finance, Corporate Investment Banking, Eurobank. Mr. Venetsianos, please join us on stage.
Βεβαίως, χρόνια πολλά και από εμάς. Λοιπόν, θα ξεκινήσουμε από την η οποία
by giving the floor to Mrs. Vosenberg, because she is the chair of the Committee on Transport and Tourism at the European Parliament. This is very important portfolio-wise. Mrs. Vosenberg, we have learned that it's important to measure the sustainability of transportation against the backdrop of emissions. When it comes to transportation and the tourist industry's environmental impact, are the emissions the most important parameter? Is there something else that we need to measure, something else that European strategy is focused on and it's pertinent to Greece? To begin with, let me extend my thanks to everyone. Good afternoon, and thank you to you, the moderator, Mr. Kondis. Thank you for the invitation. I believe that it's important to underscore that for the very first time after 20 years, Greece is in charge of a very important committee. The Committee for Sustainable Transport and Tourism is not just important for Greece. Of course, this is one of our pillars in terms of the national economy. I'm referring to the shipping industry and the tourist industry, but these also matter to the European Union. I happen to be the president, the chair of this committee. It's a happy juncture that one of the vice presidents is Mrs. Koundoura. Mrs. Koundoura has also been Minister of Tourism, and so she's knowledgeable and she's been very innovative. And everyone agrees that it's important to encompass tourism in the portfolio. Upon an initiative undertaken by Mr. Mitsotakis, who sent a letter to Mrs. van der Leyen, the tourist industry, tourism that is, was included in the portfolio for transport because one can't work without the other. You see, transport is interwoven with or directly connected to the tourist industry, and over the past few years, tourism had been broken into and entrusted in the hands of various committees, so this was fragmented and there was no single approach. Remember, this is a committee that consists of representatives of 27 EU member states, where we need 27 representatives of each and every sector, and these representatives have to work together. So it would take years, given the slow speed. So Greece, of course, it's very important for Greece to have two Greek ladies who are members of the Presidium. I have been working exceptionally well with Mrs. Koundoura over the past few years, but this also matters to the European Union, this combination. Coming back to your original question, you also talked about upgrading the whole sector. And of course the environmental and climate issues. The Green Deal that was adopted in 2019, it was voted on the 11th of December back in 2019. The Green Deal is pertinent to this sector. The Green Deal as such refers to the need that we have to check on what's happening and take samples. But there's the green economy, the blue economy, the goals. The green economy, the blue economy concern both the field of transport and tourism. They are connected, you see. Transport generates 6% of the GDP of the EU, and tourism generates 10% of the GDP of the EU, regardless of the fact that in Greece we have 13.5% instead. Ms. Koundoura can elaborate on it because she's worked in this field a lot. And there's also the indirect contribution of the tourist industry because there's employment, tourist products and services. So maybe the contribution of tourism after all amounts to 28% of the GDP. Now, this is 60 billion. This 28% is 60 billion. So if we think about the climate change we want to contain, decarbonization, we want to have the emissions drop. There is this goal that has been set by Ms. van der Leyen in view of the year 2030, so a drop in emissions by 55% and 100%, that is zero emissions by 2050. Then we can't make all of that happen without changing transportation, changing infrastructure. Since we're talking about transport, we are not just blaming road transportation for emissions. There's sea transport, there's air transport. 97% of our natural resources comes from, or rather involves, coastal areas and mountainous areas. That fact alone goes to show that the tourism portfolio is interwoven with the transport portfolio. Mr. Tzitzikostas' portfolio is also important, and it's also a good thing that we have this Greek who is a European commissioner who will be handling this portfolio because, again, sustainable transport and tourism is important. We have no heavy industry in Greece. But since Greece is among the countries that is quite innovative in terms of AI innovation, we are making leaps and bounds, I guess. And this shows that people agree that the economy of Greece is stable and steadfast. So this is added value. Thank you. Over to you, Mrs. Koundoura. Let's be more specific. After all, you are the vice president of the same committee that Mrs. Vozemberg is the chair of. What about what we are after? And let's not be obsessive about it, but we want, amongst others, to have an increase in the number of, and we already had an increase in the number of visitors. And how can you have an increase in the number of visitors and contain emissions? Let me begin by thanking you for this invitation. I'm really happy to be here. This is a very exceptional conference that is useful not just in terms of information dissemination, but it's quite important in terms of the representation of the various entities. We can work together, we are working together, not just in Greece, but also abroad, with a view to pursuing resilience and sustainability in the sectors of tourism and transport. When I was put in charge of the Ministry of Tourism, we managed to roll out a good strategy. Remember, that was back at the time of austerity. There was Greece on the brink of bankruptcy. Despite that, we managed to have the tourist industry become the donator of blood that kept the economy going. In the span of 5 mere years, we had an increase by 40% over 40% for all, and in 2019 we had the best year for the tourist industry in Greece, not just in terms of revenue and arrivals. Let's not forget about relevant infrastructure. Quite often we fail to refer to infrastructure projects. When I was put in charge in January 2015, there was just a handful of strategic investments. When I left the ministry, more than 400 investments were happening. And since Ms. Vozemberg also mentioned the contribution of the tourist industry to the revenue, she was right. It's not just about economic growth. There's also more growth that was ushered in because the tourist industry has a multiplying effect on the economy. There is retail, trade, construction, hotels, supplies, procurement, all of that revolves around the tourist industry. So that improved as well. Since the mayor is here, let me remind you that within 2 years we managed to receive the award of an upcoming city break destination. So up to that point, many tourists would just stop over and not even stay. Eventually we managed to have per tourist 23 nights, or 3 nights. So that also helped the cultural industry, because having visitors stay for 3 nights, then that generated income from the tourist sites they visited. So the economy improved thanks to the amelioration of the conditions of the tourist industry. Now, whenever there's human activity, of course, there's a burden on the environment. What is it we did? Law 4582 was promulgated back in 2018 because of the increases in numbers that we saw. So most importantly, I cared about documenting everything about all types of tourism with a view to modernizing the framework and also properly training the human resources while supporting tourist entrepreneurship. So this particular bill of law was innovative, it paved the way. And in 2020, I was already an MEP by then. I then drafted a report for the first sustainable strategy in the tourist industry. And at the same point in time, the law that I mentioned before was ameliorated. It was amended, it was made more specific about investments. Why am I insisting on this? Because you see, we have this task force as well, a task force for tourism. Ms. Vosenberg is organizing that. I'm more in charge of tourism as such. Previously, I worked heavily in the field of transport. Now I'm focusing on tourism because there's also the commissioner, and this is a good combination. I have worked with Mr. Tsikostas before, even when he was regional governor in Central Macedonia. So he did very well. He's very knowledgeable. So we're going to do great things together. Most definitely, there's scope for resilient and sustainable tourism. It's mostly a matter of proper management, which brings me to Santorini. A lot's been said, and not all is real. When we noticed that there were more cruise lines coming in, Ms. Friga mentioned that before, then we rushed into making agreements. I'm sure you've heard about the Birth Allocation digital platform. So, the cruise ships, instead of showing up in one single location within the span of the same day, now they are distributed. Remember that cruise ships normally book their itineraries and respective destinations 18 months ahead of time. So thanks to this new platform, we are trying to, we managed to do that. We put things in order. During the COVID pandemic, this was twisted or it was upset, but I guess we can get back on track eventually now that we are back to normal, because Greece has no hyper-tourism issue. So it's unlike Barcelona, for instance. By way of conclusion, what's missing today, nationally and European-wide, is a measurement system. A system to check on the sustainability or the progress made in terms of the sustainability of the relevant destinations, to make sure that we minimize the environmental burden. So we have to sample things to know what we need to correct. As Ms. Vosenberg said, after all, it's a matter of management. So sustainability involves various layers and levels. We are talking about environmental management and environmental burdens to the destinations, because these two are missing there on location. So this is what we aspire to do in Europe. So the footprint of the tourist industry, right?
Exactly, because it differs from country to country, from region to region, and from local society to local society. The islands' needs are different, and the continental Greece needs are different. And of course, I will conclude by saying that what we are mainly interested in is the tourism urban plan, or spatial plan, if you wish. This has been delayed, as well as the environmental impact assessment designs. We cannot have an overall plan which is necessary, a plan that would include the RES, the renewables, and sewage water, wastewater management, etc. And each organization and each destination should complete that in order not to face problems like other countries. Thank you very much. Mrs. Spiridaki. Indeed, various issues have been raised pertaining to the tourist sector. I wanted to ask you, what are the main challenges, according to you, for the development of the tourist industry? It's not more than 12 years that we had 15 to 17 million arrivals. Now we have 20 to 30. Do you think that we have environmental issues, land use planning, etc.? Good morning. It is a great pleasure to be here. It is the first time I participate. It is a great honor and pleasure and a responsibility. Well, first of all, the paradox in Greek tourism is that the reality is much more complex than what is depicted by the numbers. Yes, indeed, we have a record arrivals. We have exceeded the number. But what does that mean by itself? What are the factors that affect this as being a success, and what was the qualitative objective that we had set? We see that our visitors have changed behavior in the recent years. They don't spend the same nights, so the result is that we have more burden to the infrastructures without being balanced by the revenues. And this should not be outside our planning for the day after. And we don't have the corresponding benefits for the destinations that are called upon to welcome these flows. Moreover, these high figures do not state the whole truth. 35% arrivals increase, etc., do not say the whole story. Political instability, the climate crisis, the reverse traveling that we haven't touched upon, challenges such as the development of AI. All these things have to be handled properly. And if we connect that to the fact that the average stay of the visitors is being reduced, this shows that the per capita expense is being reduced. The data on stays, what do they come from? It was a survey by INSETE, but what I wanted to say is we compare this to 2019, which was really a landmark year. With fewer arrivals, we had higher revenues. So the question is what kind of tourists we want to have, and the second is the need for a strategy that will attract visitors with higher purchasing power and also investments in sustainability. These are two elements that are very important. Now, coming to your question, the most important thing is to prioritize the protection of our destinations. The travelers come and go, the destinations remain, and they have also to manage the footprint that the visitors have left. So right now, we have areas that have to manage wastewater, who have to manage lack of water. These are things that we need to take into account. So if we think that the existing infrastructures, I think it was mentioned before, the existing infrastructures are planned for the permanent population, the inhabitants, and it is not for sure that they can respond to the higher numbers of arrivals. So sustainability is not a choice. It's a one-way road, and we need to take it on board. We need to have strategic planning that will be based on transparency, on open consultation, on consensus, and should not leave the local community outside. This should be tourism that will invest in local communities in order to respond to these flows. We need to have tourism that puts forward the unique features of each destination. And in concluding, let me say that tourism can become a bridge, or rather, we should see tourism as a bridge to blue economy. Besides, coastal tourism and blue economy are identity issues. And blue economy in dialogue with the green economy can give us a bit more prospects. Apologies, but our country is 15 as regards the length of its coastline. 11th, not 15th. Correct someone. Well, we are. We have the length of the east and west coast of the U.S. And this, of course, creates obligations. Yes, certainly. If we transform the ports to green ports, we can have great benefits, and we can have unique opportunities for growth. But we should not stay at the activities that are already being implemented in our country. The blue economy, in combination with clean energy, can give us an advantage and proceed to a new era that maybe we have not thought about yet. So the challenge is one, and it is ahead of us. Tourism that will have a duration which will respect the wealth and the uniqueness of each destination. I think we can do it. Thank you. Let's go to Mr. Hatzimarkos, because he is the regional governor of a region that is the heavy industry of our country. Mr. Hatzimarkos, we have several islands, Rhodos, Kos, Mykonos, Santorini in your region, which act, they function automatically. They have such a reputation globally that have reached a specific level. Yet, especially in your region, several smaller islands enter the tourist map as tourist destinations. And in these islands, there are important environmental initiatives. Can you tell us a bit more? And how does this affect the attracting tourists? Well, first of all, thank you and congratulations for the title, A National Affair, because we have reached a point, especially this year, where we feel that we should apologize for the success of tourism. We were saying this with Mr. Fiorentinos. Among the pathogens of Greece, we should add that. Instead of being happy and being encouraged for what comes after, the fact that we gain market share, we penalize and we target tourism as responsible for many things, and most of those are not true. Let me say that among the real concerns that exist, we discover and we put together obsessions, perceptions that are foreign to what we are discussing. And the title that I would put is that, for this whole discussion, is that we lack the scientific element and scientific backing of all this. Now I come to your question, what you asked about the islands. As the region of Southern Aegean, we have gone towards the implementation of specific pilot programs. It was not easy at all, because it is very demanding when you have a pilot program, a pilot project, to have the society by your side. The plans that we do in politics and the plans undertaken by politicians remain in the drawers if they are not embraced by the society. So we went to the islands and we worked with the local communities. We have the example of Astipalea, the example of Chalki, the example of Tilos. In Astipalea, we had the first mobility on demand project in Greece. Tens of thousands of routes are taking place with electrical cars by the permanent inhabitants and by the visitors, and this has brought a lot of visitors. In Chalki, we have the first Greco island, zero carbon footprint island, and I'm very happy because it has become the guide for the country to have a major funding program in order to transpose this activity to other islands. And in Tilos, we managed, after 2.5 or 3 years of hard work, to have the first zero-waste island in the world. In Tilos, we have closed down the uncontrolled landfill. Not 1 kilo of waste has been buried in the land on the island. There are no garbage bins, and this is a very pioneer program that was, first of all, welcomed and embraced by the inhabitants based on a good plan. This is what I told you before, that we need to work with the society. And now we come to roads, which is a major destination, and there we embarked upon a very ambitious program now to transform roads with a 5-year plan to the first sustainable tourist destination in the world. And we have the pleasure to have all the stakeholders work on that, the social partners, the scientific bodies, the civil society, the workers, and this makes us optimistic that we can do it. We face tourism as a very important condition for the future, and we deal with it with seriousness and responsibility, looking in the eyes of the next generation and telling them that what we will deliver to you will be better than what we have inherited. It will be based on rules, and it will not have, what I said before, various beliefs and obsessions. I'm saying this because listening to this discussion on sustainability and resilience and quality allow me to diverge a bit. As regards income, I think we are maximalists here. We start to believe that the global society moves about based on our dreams. This is not true. In a market, and in Europe where most visitors come from, we see that the purchasing power of most Europeans has dropped. They are being under pressure due to inflation, due to energy prices, due to housing, the housing crisis, and we record a drop in the average expenditure of the visitors of 1%. And they have suffered a reduction of their purchasing power by 10%, and we say that this is a disaster. This is not a disaster. 1% drop is a huge success. But in Greece, we are looking for the argument to bring about the disaster and to deplore the situation instead of smiling. In the southern Aegean region, for a month now, we have the first official structure in a public sector organigram, which is the General Directorate of Sustainability. And we worked for a year now. We have also a government gazette for this organization. We have the first organization in Greece which depicts the challenge of the future, whether this is related to sustainability, the resilience and climate neutrality. And I will conclude with what you said at the beginning. We need to add science to the mix of public debate that is being held today. We need to embrace tourism that provides life for us, an income, opportunities for work, for employment, and which is the answer to the demographics issue. It is not accidental at all the fact that the only region in Greece which, based on the 21 census, has an increase of the population is the region of Southern Aegean. If you ask me, I think it is only due to its economic success. Yes, what you stressed, Mr. Hatzimarkos, is very important. Before going on to Mr. Vasilikos, I want to remind you that you can scan with your mobiles the QR code and answer the 2 questions of the second session of this conference regarding what is the most important thing to reinforce sustainable growth in tourism. 4 options, very important. And the second question is, what is the strategy that you consider will contribute more to connect the blue and green economy and Greek tourism? Now, let's move to Mr. Vasilikos, because very recently, apart from President of the Hotel Chamber of Greece, you are also the President of the corresponding union of hotels and restaurants on a European level, HOTREC, and I think you participated in a major conference in Brussels. So you have a very fresh interaction with your European counterparts. So I want to ask you, to what extent the issue of respect for the environment, or rather tourism is interconnected to the environment, and to whether this is in the mind of professionals in Europe?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. It's already been said that this is a one-way street. You put it right. Let's not repeat ourselves. Business people are the first to notice what the trends are, not because they're insightful, but because competition is global. A business person is not competing with the next-door hotel here in Athens, but they are competing with their peers in Barcelona. And so they see the trends and they're ahead of time, so they're first to run. So they are the first to go forward. It's very important to keep abreast of developments and trends and how they evolve. It's obvious that European-wide there is this policy that is now different compared to what we had in the past. The features are shared. Mrs. Vosenberg referred to the speed of decision-making at the level of Europe. The same is happening at the level of Greece, or at the national level. No matter which destination you look at, all of us come from some destination. We all heard about the whole discussions regarding infrastructure projects that have been talked about for years on end. So the lack of speed in decision-making European-wide is a problem. And in the meantime, the legislative framework is changing in a dynamic manner, but there are platforms as well. The developments in the market are positive, so the legislation has to keep abreast of such developments as well. So the tourist industry has its own speed. Let's also take advantage of this example that was mentioned this morning by the Minister of Tourism and the Deputy Minister, who talked about also what the chambers are doing and working together. What our chamber is doing is quite telling in terms of our disposition and mood and intention to be ahead. And this is not just because it's a trend and we're trying to take advantage of it. We just don't want to be a sexy destination. We are working with a view to, and I'm looking at the people in the back of the room. This is the future generation who will be working in the industry. We are looking into the future. We have been successful for a part. While we were growing, we were hearing people talk about the ozone layer and the problem there, and I couldn't see for years on end that the temperatures were rising. Now we see that it's changeable. So we are witnessing this change indeed. So nowadays the issue is obvious, it's tangible, it's bigger than us, it's not a matter of choice. So everybody has to follow the right path and we all need to go down the same path together. By way of conclusion, let me also point to a few interesting things that were said here. There were many interesting things. I think that last year I said that we either have champagne or metaxa in Greece, and there's no other well-known drink or alcohol. So this is a mistake. There's plenty in between. There are many things that are happening as we speak. There are many things that can happen too. And there are many available tools. The spatial planning on the master plan is being talked about right now. This is the big missed opportunity of the previous decade, and this is also our obligation in view of the next decade. So let me put it in layman's terms to make sure that we are not caught up in technical discussions or bugged in the details. It was a crime on our part when back in the 1960s and the 70s there was no master plan for the urban areas. We failed to plan for squares, public spaces, green spaces, accessibility and parks. So let's make sure that we don't make the same mistake now with the rest of Greece. And there's more to it than just that, says the moderator. It's also about proper architecture. Smaller cities and towns in Athens have been doomed because there was no master plan and no spatial urban planning. We missed out on a big opportunity. Quite often I look at black and white pictures of Athens and I am sorry to look at it compared to what we got. But let me kick off, or rather let me wrap up on a positive note. We've learned our lessons and it's also important to acknowledge that exceptional things are happening as we speak. So good things are happening. Let's take stock of what's happening in certain destinations. They worked miracles wherever there was close collaboration with the public, between the public and the private sector. Even at the government level, they are doing things. They are making things happen. So let's not just think of what cannot be done. A lot is feasible, it's happening, and we owe that much to the next generation. Mr. Venezianos, you represent the banking institutions and investment banking. From your point of view and your customers' point of view, how important is it to have an evaluation and a proper assessment of investments when it comes to the respective environmental impact? Recently I read that maybe what ought to be there would be to publicize or come up with ideas to recycle water and wastewater. That would help to deal with the lack of water resources. There are many layers to responding to your question. Please go ahead, says the moderator. The first layer regards directly the banking system. So, in practical terms, the green agenda is very important. We have been acquainted with it, with the banks, for a few years, but we are quantifying this agenda. Each and every banking institution is quantifying it as it pleases. The toughest issue as we speak is to depict properly our own portfolio. Maybe you think that this is simple, but it's rather complicated to track down and properly record and validate the energy scale or grade of our building stock. This is a big issue. At any event, steps are being made in the right direction. This is number one. Thanks to Tiresias, the Union of Greek Banking Institutions drafted a questionnaire that's the same, and it's sent it to all the hotel enterprises. They are filling it in, they are responding, and therefore the responses will be the foundation to have questions and the next steps. Another thing, the second big thing is about all of us. We have to think about what we're going to bequeath to generations to come. But the most practical issue is that whenever you try to assess and evaluate a funding scheme or an investment project, you have to think in the long run. So an investment project that respects the environment, that has taken into account the water resources, the wastewater, the garbage, the waste in general, possibly has taken into account the fact that it has to be relevant even in 20 years from now. And when we fund and finance the construction or renovation of a hotel, we are hopeful that this will be up and running in the long run. We want to believe and hope that this will be a long-term investment that will be up and running for many years to come. When there's no such projection, we take it into account in our assessment of an upcoming project. Moreover, it's also important for us to make sure that we put the right steps in place. You're right, maybe when it comes to global investments, business people on their own, whenever they're going to build a new facility, a new hotel, will certainly look for and try to get certification. But the existing stock, how they can improve their environmental footprint, that's complicated. And I will share with you my own failure. An example, it's easy for a very ingenious and smart business person is to think in terms of what they can do to minimize their environmental burden and impact. So if there's an investment that will help them contain energy consumption, they're going to do that. If there are any things that need to be done in order for the tour operator to be happy, for the tour operator to advertise me as the business person as a green destination, then they're going to do it. But now let's talk about more certifications and EU taxonomy. This is tougher, and this is what the banking institutions need in order to grant someone a green loan. So I, 2 years ago, failed because I advised my bank to produce a new product for sustainability in the tourist industry. I suggested that the hoteliers commit themselves to goals that will be globally acknowledged, sustainability-oriented goals, and that would help the hoteliers receive loans at a lower cost. But only 2 were interested in getting this product. And we thought that maybe these 2 wanted to do something. The moderator interrupted the speaker, unfortunately. Did they fail to comply with the criteria? You see, it was a matter of red tape. They had to go through a long process that was very bureaucratic, and we had to be clear. They had to be clear about the criteria. We had to keep up and make sure we monitor them. Once they realized, the 2 of them realized what sort of bureaucracy was involved, they were not really enticed, and this was not going to be done through the bank as such. Technical advisors, experts would have handled that, but the certification had to be aligned with the relevant European standards. What you're saying, says the moderator, is very important. Interrupting the speaker. Obviously, back then it was not topical. I believe that the business people, the hoteliers, and there's a SETA coming up with such initiatives. There's also a respective such initiative by the hoteliers. Maybe we have to be more systematic. Let's make the lives of hoteliers easier with a view to achieving that. And I guess it's about time that we become more conscious and conscientious. And as Mr. Hadjimarkos said, we have to have expertise or the scientific background and measurements. So you have to look at that, into that, examine that, and follow up on it. Mr. Vasilikos, something you'd like to say about it?
Of course. I understand fully the framework that Mr. Venezianos talked about, and we have to take into account that there might be colleagues, hoteliers, in the region of Southern Aegean, Mr. Hadjimarkos, and in Northern Aegean, Mr. Moujouris. We need to understand what an investment means for a hotelier who is active in Limnos. I was from Limnos. What it means to invest, when they will get the money back, etc., etc. We also need to take into account the size of Greek hotels. In 10,000 Greek hotels, the average number of bedrooms is 42. We are talking about small, medium-sized, rather small enterprises, family businesses. And all this has to be taken on board when we want to face the issues of sustainability. This is what we have been doing for 2 years now with the Technical Chamber of Greece, with committees that have worked, taking into account the different features, whether it is mountainous, urban, coastal, 400 rooms or 10 rooms, because the average of 43 does not mean that everyone has 43. There are hotels with 10 rooms and others with 800. So take all this on board. We have come up with a law, not an initiative, a law that will come with the proper financial instruments. And we have started contact with the Union of Banks so that you can have the certification that you need, that will be single and which will have the compensation effects. And over and above all, I will conclude with that, it was mentioned in the previous panel, it is very good for the hotel to come autonomously and become greener, but it also needs to have a sewage network outside the hotel. Mr. Fiorentinos is the General Secretariat of in EOT, but he's also a hotelier. And in this island, I will not say which, the hotels pay connection fees with the sewage network, but they don't have a sewage network. So it is a collective work. No one alone can do it. But as I said before, there are many destinations where we have managed to do it, and this should be our compass and not see it in a negative light. Well, the discussion is very, very interesting, but we are risking to go really behind schedule. There is just 1 minute for each one. I will start with Ms. Vosenberg, start asking her, how would you like us to be in the next 10 to 15 years? So what is the sector that you would like to see improved in our country and possibly with the assistance of a European initiative in order to find ourselves in a better level? I will try to respect the time because Mrs. Koundoura has a flight to catch. I will focus on transportation, because we said that there is a interconnection between transport and the tourist sector. And this is really a must. I'm saying this because you asked about a prospect for 10 years. We need to be realists. We are talking about the 5 years now that the new term of the European Commission starts. I'm saying this. I would read out some titles in the letter by Mrs. von der Leyen to Mr. Kostas, who was one of the most successful candidates, and now he's a commissioner. Promotion of electrification, low emission lorries, reduction of rail transportation with control of capacity, decarbonization. All of this is fine, but are they immediately implementable? I'm saying this because the member states are witnessing dramatic changes, and the two major countries, Germany and France, are the ones that are direly hit. We see France with the big problem that they have. I'm saying this because Germany is the top country for car manufacturing. Now she's a competitor with China, US, etc. So you say that we shouldn't have accidents that will prevent this green transition. Well, the accidents happen, but do we take them into account? Mr. Vasilikos is right in saying this, and I said it, that the decisions are slow, but the changes are very fast. There is a plan B, and if we say that in the 10 years we will be able to implement the Green Deal and upgrade the infrastructures with reduction of emissions, with alternative plans, with exploitation of RES, with replacement of carbon and coal with other fuels more friendly to the environment. And if we think that in the transport means we do not underestimate anyone, but especially the railway networks that will be able to connect cities that were not connected and reduce the domestic flights which contribute to the emissions. So if they manage to reduce them, and if we think that only 12 million citizens in big airports annually, these will be channeled to railway modes and to maritime transportation, it means that an overall planning with the reduction of emissions that will contribute to tourism and the upgrading of the product is something that can be feasible. I am optimistic. I believe that through our committee, we can contribute to this end for these very important issues for the sector and for economy. Thank you, Madam Ms. Vosenberg. Ms. Kountouratou, what is your vision? Well, first of all, let me tell you that Europe is the first international tourist destination with 10% revenues to its GDP and millions of jobs. Very rightly was mentioned by Ms. Vosenberg that transport is directly connected to tourism. I had 27 folders in my previous term. The most important one was road safety. The second most important folder that I had was about the European transport network that connects TEN-T, which connects more than 400 cities. This is very important, but it did not pertain to the islands. And this is why I decided to be responsible for TRAN and the Regions Committee. These two are connected because the regions have to do a lot of work, given that each country and each city has different needs. What I want to stress is about the employees. We have not talked about that. The employees and decent conditions of work and better remunerations. Unfortunately, following the pandemic, a lot of people, you know, that tourism does not have permanent employment, does not offer permanent employment. They are seasonal workers. This is a huge problem that needs to be resolved because we do not have specialized workers. They come from third countries, but they don't have the same mentality and the same training. Second point is SMEs. It is not just red tape, allow me to say. 45,000 SMEs cannot even go outside the door of the banks. The criteria are prohibitive. When I did my intervention in the European Parliament for issues pertaining to tourism and SMEs, I was so happy when the RRF came, because the RRF came for this very reason, for all those enterprises that were hit by the pandemic, the SMEs. And it is a political will of each government how they will utilize these resources. The SMEs are facing a problem. they cannot borrow. In concluding, I want to tell you, and you must be very proud, as I am proud, that the funds for tourism are 15 billion from 21 to 27. And if they were not fragmented in different funds, they could in a very targeted manner, they could help a lot. But I am proud because the only sustainable tourist policy that exists is the one that is in 5 axes. 2 years ago, it was announced by the European Commission because on the basis of our national tourist policy, in the first report that was submitted to the Parliament, all the elements of sustainable tourist policy are a Greek affair, and we're very proud about that because it was the trunk of our policy. And I will conclude by saying that it is very important, those 5 objectives, that is, favorable political governance framework, green transition on circular economy, etc., resilience and development of human resources skills. We need to not only to develop all that together with digital transformation, but we need to continue to be pioneers, because Greece did this big step for tourism, and until today we are being called upon to tell them how we overcame the crisis, the refugee crisis, the floods, the wildfires. And I want to add that the private sector, because it was not just the ministry and the regions, but the private sector helped a lot in being able to have this huge success. So I think that the next years we will do very well. And we will try to help not just Europe, but also Greece to have higher growth, sustainable and resilient growth in handling of destinations. Thank you. Shall we talk about Crete and Lasithi, Mrs. Spiridaki, since it is your region and an area of outstanding natural beauty? How do you see the situation in the next 10 to 15 years?
I will work from the bottom. So I would like to have a qualitative, sustainable, resilient growth that will be respectful, expansive, developing and reciprocal. This is my brief answer. But the most important thing is decentralization. This year, 79% of the tourists went to 4 specific regions. In the southern Aegean, we have 110% dependence on tourism. So let's decentralize tourism. Let's also decentralize risk. By way of conclusion, I will conclude with a reference to Lasithi in Crete. Let's have each and every small location have its own distinct identity that will communicate to the visitor what it feels like to live there, what it feels like to be there, what it feels like to consume local produce. And this would be an experience, a local experience that will be revived. And the climate crisis, your region has felt hugely the impact of the climate crisis. There were many forest fires in Rhodes in 2023. What are you doing for your region to protect it? Thank you for the question. This is affording me an opportunity to discuss infrastructure, which is a big issue. I think that everyone would agree that there is this dire need to improve and enhance our infrastructure. In our country, we have discovered various notions or understood what it feels like. I mean, we've heard about hypertourism. In my point of view, there's no hypertourism anywhere in Greece, but there's a lot of hypocrisy in the public debate with regard to infrastructure, all types of infrastructure. There's hypocrisy. And why am I saying that? Because there's this something that we've agreed on, meaning that we are missing and we're in dire need of having infrastructure each and every time there is a legal proposal, a piece of legislation that's been drafted. There are always new obstacles that pop up. The life expectancy, politically speaking, of a political appointee, the mandate is not enough, the term. It's very easy to blame people. So again, the life expectancy of two elected people, even who are succeeding one another, does not suffice for an infrastructure project to materialize. So the time needed for the approval and the construction of a big investment project is 10 years. Well, it takes 20 and 30 years. So this is a Gordian knot, and we're trying to resolve that. And we're trying to have hundreds of projects happen as we speak, and they were planned for 20 and 30 years ago. And even so, each and every day is a battle. Each and every day we are faced with recourses and petitions and injunctions. Let's put an end to this hypocrisy and let's make sure that everyone, if we agree on something, let's make sure that we all work with a view to providing solutions that are necessary for this country to have tomorrow the infrastructure this society needs today. I guess your ally is Mr. Vasilikos. He's on board. The hotel businesses are on board. They would agree with you because given the fact that the tourists are concerned whenever they come to our areas, when there are so many frequent floods and fires, for instance. Yes, says Mr. Vasilikos, but I'm not going to narrow this down at the level of business or entrepreneurship. As I said before, these are bigger than we are. These are mostly relevant to the local communities where we tend to operate. We are not extraterrestrial entities. We are also acting locally. So the locals are mostly affected and they have a role to play. As Mr. Hadjimakos said, we have to have a political agreement made and we have to stick to it. It's a pity and a shame if all the big projects fail to materialize or take longer because there's no unanimity. There was the metro in Thessaloniki. It was talked about for years on end and it turned into a joke and it's tragic. It took us 30 years for the metro to happen. I heard or rather there's this decades-long discussion about VOAK, motorway in Crete. Which brings me to your question and the big picture. Because other destinations are accelerating, they are moving at different paces compared to our own. So if we want to still be the first and most important global destination at the European level, we have to keep up. If billions are invested in the Middle East now, they are not very far away places. So these are countries that have lots and lots of money and they're investing in the tourist industry because they think that the tourism will be a sector that will be critical in the future. The tourist industry builds bridges. Tourism will be here in the future. Future matters. So let's make decisions that we need to make. Let's have a political agreement. Let's stick to it and create the right framework. Quite often I tell people about my late father. I found an interview dating back to 1993. He was talking about how important it would be to have a conference center, metropolitan conference center in Athens, and it's still missing to date. Thank you very much, Mr. Venetsianos, for how important it is for the banks to protect ourselves from extreme weather phenomena, especially coupled to what we've been talking about. Let me first discuss SMEs. Off mic, something that Ms. Koundoura said.
Well, the banks achieve their objectives if they lend. They want to lend. Of course, they lend the depositors' money. But to answer your specific question, I think that the product that we have had is a radical initiative because you just give a number to the POS and you get funding. I think we will help the SMEs, we expect to see their response. Now, let's go to the extreme weather phenomena and the risk. As a bank, we delegate this risk to another specific sector, the insurance. So when we fund, we ask the insurance broker if there is an insurance, because this is necessary in order to face the situation. You don't know where it will come from. On one side of roads we see wildfires and on the other floods. Can you forecast this? Just insurance is the answer. Thank you very much. We have exceeded our time by 17 minutes, but I think it was worth it. Thank you.
βήμα μετά την
Following this very interesting discussion that we have attended, we are going to the third session of our conference, which focuses on culture and the relationship with tourism. As we all agree, the relationship between tourism and culture is a foundation for the development and the promotion of the culture of our country. Of course, this is a topic that we will, I don't need to say more on that since we have distinguished speakers today. Mr. Economou, Mr. Papathanasiou.
Ο Σταύρος Λαμπρινίδης, ο coffee expert των Everest, ξέρει πως τον καλό καφέ τον κάνουν οι ποικιλίες αράμπικα και οντούρας σε τέλεια ισορροπία γεύσης και έντασης.
Mr. Economou, I will start with
that. Σε προσκαλεί να δοκιμάσεις την ποικιλία οντούρας σε ένα κατάστημα Everest.
As president of the BOD of the National Archaeological Museum, you are the epicenter of the development of one of the most important cultural foundations of the country. How do you believe that the new buildings have affected tourism and the urban environment of the city? Good morning. Thank you very much for your invitation. I will answer right away. During the last 20, 30 years, we have had important cultural buildings in Athens. This is a global trend. It does not happen just in Athens or in Greece. In Europe and outside Europe, during the last 20, 25 years, we have very big cultural buildings, which were the ones in Athens. The new Acropolis Museum, the Athens Concert Hall, the Cultural Center Stavros Niarchos, the Modern Art Museum, the Technopolis. What was their impact on tourism? We need to differentiate depending on the scale. We have the supra-topical impact, which makes the location of a building a destination, domestic or international, and the local impact. With supratopical terms, the only such building that had a very big impact in attracting new tourists, it's the new Acropolis Museum, for a series of reasons which are indicative of the prerequisites that exist for a new cultural building to play this role. I will summarize it. Well, there was a global and international landmark there. It is a very important building, visible, and buildings are in fashion globally. There is also a third parameter, which is proper management. But the first two reasons were the most important ones. But what was done was a huge success for the museum itself, and a huge success. It had a huge impact on tourism. The other major buildings that were built in Athens did not have a similar impact. I don't have the exact figures for the Stavros Niarchos Cultural Foundation Center. I'm not sure that it has affected globally as it has acted as a pole of attraction. Maybe now with the Athens Riviera, it will do so. Acropolis, the new museum, played a role by itself. Now, on the local level, what does it do for the neighborhood? Each cultural building, what does it do for the neighborhood? Again there, the greatest impact was the impact of the new Acropolis Museum. It triggered in the area, in Koukaki and Neos Kosmos, the gentrification procedures, the gentrification process. Which means what in practice? It means that the land uses are changing. And the result of this process is the increase of the prices for land, and then we have a change of land use for the people, for the inhabitants and for the workers. So all this happened in the broader area of the new Acropolis Museum. I was listening yesterday about the carrying capacity for tourists for the Athens municipality. The Makrigiannis area, during the last 15 years, it has the highest increase in rents, in leases, and property prices together with Kolonaki. It has the highest concentration of tourist structures, that is, hotels and Airbnb, short-term housing, apartments, etc., locally. And it has a hyper-tourism problem. Athens does not have it, but in Makrigiannis and Plaka we have hyper-tourism levels. Now, to make an assessment, is this good or bad? Of course, the overall balance is positive. the impact of the museum in the area for tourism and the immediate impact on the neighborhoods and on the secondary uses that were attracted in the area, in restaurants, etc. Even galleries. It has a broad scope of impact, but there is something which is negative, and this is that the land uses were uncontrolled because there was no regulatory framework. You remember this whole adventure with the hotel of the Evmorphidis brothers, where we have to demolish the 2 floors. This is not the only one. Such excessive efforts to exploit the land properties are not just this one. Maybe this not the same scale. The whole area is being inundated with tourist uses, which means that the inhabitants have to go away, some of them. Problems of congestion. The Acropolis Museum had also the great chance of having a new metro station there. So the balance is positive overall, but it has to be clear that we have also negative effects. Now you give me the opportunity to go to Mr. Trivolidis, who is the Benaki Museum Director for Resources and Development, and who can tell us about what the museums should do in order to transform culture into a unique experience for the visitor. Let's start from a statistical element. Cultural tourism has to do with 40% of tourist traffic. We have religious tourism, etc. So it is a locomotive for tourism. The museums should try to examine growth and creation of new resources as any other organization. Just indicatively, the quality of the service provided. Here, we are doing well, and I want to be among those who see that in a positive light. We should celebrate the positive things. The quality of the service, although we have a long way ahead, there are some things that have been done quite well. The museum experiences change. We have very good regional museums all over Greece. But we can do better, much better. This is one thing, the quality of the service. The second is the competitive advantage that we have anyway. We have such a powerful brand as a country in culture that the only thing that we can do to undermine it is to rest on our laurels and at the same time to focus too much on ancient beauty and ancient Greek heritage and less on others. For instance, Byzantine, modern, which are also very interesting. What Mr. Economou said, the Acropolis Museum is a pole of attraction that changes the whole area. It adds, well, we are talking about the museum, which is the museum accompanying one of the most important monuments in the world, possibly. So I say that we can do better because museums have to modernize, especially as regards the visitor's experience. This is the second point. In the competitive to give you an example, concrete example, we have a low profile and high economic result product in the museum, Benaki Museum, which is special experiences for visitors who want to experience the museum outside the mass visit. This is a very good product. We have objects, items that nothing will happen to them if the visitors see them from closely. And we try to reinforce the hospitality part, the gastronomic experience that one can have in a museum. And another example, in Kardamili in Mani, where for 4 months a year it works as a hotel unit, and this money funds all the programs that we do throughout the year in collaboration with UCLA, Princeton, Columbia. So our competitive advantage should be reshuffled and used closely. And we need to use the technology and the opportunities in order to facilitate the visitor's experience. This starts with the platforms, to be able to buy an electronic ticket, to have a digital experience of the area that they will visit. I will do a follow-up question, but allow me to ask the other participants, and we will come back to this because it is very interesting. I will ask Mrs. Maria Floro, who is the director of the museum sector at the Technopolis of the Municipality of Athens, and you are responsible for the very successful operation of the Maria Callas Museum, which is, of course, dedicated to the great Greek artist. What are the features, Mrs. Floro, that make this museum unique? And how has it contributed to this so very successful year?
Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very happy to be in the same panel discussion with the gentleman. The Maria Callas Museum is a year old. For me to explain why and how it's deemed successful after a 12-month operation, let me first describe the visitor's experience, picking up from where the interlocutor left off. This is a museum that was created to help younger generations understand who Maria Callas was through her technique, her professionalism and her voice, and we will dwell on the voice. The museological study since day one aimed to making this a sustainable museum, sustainable from a social point of view through its actions and activities, and also financially sustainable to the extent that would be possible, which is why we made sure that the visitor's experience would be created in a way that would be aligned with our intentions. So there's a second floor. It all starts there. The visitor goes through 4 different rooms that provide the visitor with no information about Maria Callas other than her voice and her presence in 4 iconic operas. And then the visitor learns about Maria Callas as a Juilliard School of Music teacher. But without knowing much, in the meantime, the visitor has been enchanted by the presence of Maria Callas and her voice. And that's how we make the visitor want to learn about Maria Callas. And that's when the visitor goes to the first floor and there are items, there are photos, there's interaction. So in an interactive manner we urge and incite the visitor to discover Maria, who she was. And after the visitor is done with the first floor, the visit is not over. We kindly ask the visitor to go on the 3rd floor. There's accessibility, so there's this great view of the Acropolis and the Metropolis, and they make a photo, and then the visitor can go to the ground level and they can buy something, memento from the museum shop. So in a nutshell, we are catering to the overall needs of visitors who want to go to a state-of-the-art modern museum. The needs are need for information, need for updating, need for deeper knowledge and understanding, the need of the visitor to do something different, something interactive, not just listen to Maria Callas, but to experience it in a very different way. And then definitely there's the need of the visitor to have a sense of not wasting their time, and that's helping visitors create memories, and of course this is relaxing. So this is how we are now witnessing a younger generation of museums that are not just there to disseminate information or to educate people, but they're interactive and they're providing whole experiences, combining sound and visual. Yes, this is hands-on, fully. Right, and now, given that you are a member of the Piraeus Bank Group Cultural Foundation, Mr. Christos Rigas, you are connecting the museum with regional growth and development and also the local experience. There is the cultural role that museums play, and this is obvious, but museums also act as tourist infrastructure in a wider sense. They make revenue, they attract visitors. The previous speakers have also mentioned that. And quite often in remote areas, faraway places, you have museums, you have hands-on experience. Can you tell us about the tourist development of the areas where you're active? So to begin with, let me thank you for the invitation. This is a great opportunity, and good afternoon. This is the first time, and I'm very happy to have this panel discussion with the rest of the panelists. Now, our experience is based on a strategic choice we made to establish 9 museums to foster local growth and promote the local character of these specific museums while providing support to the local communities. Throughout the years that we've been working, obviously, we look at museums as a point of culture, but there's also the financial and economic point of view. In order for us to continue our work, we have to measure the economic footprint and the financial footprint of the museum to find out how we can be of help to the local communities. In 2016, actually, we conducted 3 surveys in collaboration with the OE in order to measure the social impact of our operations at the level of the local communities. Of course, the measurements were purely economic, financial. Now, this was part of a constant research we've been conducting for the past decade. So we involve our visitors. We ask them to what extent museums are a motivation for them to visit this or that place. We also check with our visitors to find out how much money they would be willing to spend and whether they will be spending the night and where they come from. We gather that data to have a picture. And EOVER has its own methodology and we are taking advantage of it. So we are checking on the flows. And on the basis of the most contemporary Geostat and Elstat statistics, we are checking on the amounts mentioned. So for 2023, our 9 museums had an increase of visitors and tourist expenses picked up by 23.3 million. We are talking about 9 locations that are not really metropolitan. Most are remote, they are far off, low income, farming communities, so these amounts matter. The total contribution to the GDP was about 42 million euro. The positive impact on employment was the creation of 1,400 jobs, and that gave 10 million euros to the state treasury. These figures are very important. They are certainly proportional to the number, directly proportional to the number of visitors, and I guess we're going to go deeper into this discussion because we are also focusing on sustainability and viability to benefit the local communities. Mr. Papathanasiou, you as a general manager of Qualco Foundation have a long background and experience. For 15 years, you were in charge of the Theocharakis Foundation. You also managed the Technopolis. Now, Mr. Papathanasiou, do you think that private museums and cultural foundations can further contribute to growth and development of cultural tourism, and how? Thank you for the invitation.
Let me first say that the answer to this question has been given somehow. We heard various things, but we need planning. Each one is responsible and should have a responsibility and should aim at that. Besides, they are interested, especially during summertime. In summertime, 70% of our visitors were tourists. So we are doing something and they gain. The overall plan could help more. And planning should include systematic study to what each city offers. Not every city is like Athens. Athens is doing fine, but there are other cities of Greece that have potential with a collaboration between the private and the public sector in order to have networks. To give you an example, it is irrelevant, but it is not so irrelevant as one might think. In Rome, a historical city which has traffic problems. There are 40 theaters in the center. A bit the same like Athens. There is a bus which is called Teatrobus, which takes the visitors for free, and they don't have to enter the city by car. It's not possible anyway. This is a simple cooperation between the public and the private sector. You can extend it and extrapolate to the museums. We have strived to have common tickets with other private museums, but it didn't work out. So what I mean is that even if we want and we try to do what we need to have and become modern, to be interactive with digital and virtual reality, etc., and educational actions, we need to have synergy so as to maximize all that in the best possible way. In concluding, I seize this opportunity, since we have here Mrs. Floro, who is managing the Callas Museum from Technopolis. Technopolis affected the economic life of the area because when it was created, it multiplied tenfold the land property prices. There were a lot of restaurants, coffee shops around, and there is still a life that has remained. I mean, such type of shops. So the cultural interventions in down degraded areas create a lot of opportunities. The area in the Acropolis Museum was not poor, but it became better. It has gone through a lot of ups and downs. Yes, what I mean is that Technopolis was an intervention by the municipality. Is the municipality enough? No, it's not. We know the competences of municipalities in Greece. For those who don't know, they should ask to learn. All this requires cooperation and coordination. In the sector of cultural tourism, there is no such coordination. This must be known. And we can give you hundreds and hundreds of examples, and we can talk for hours. We are discussing about a topic that is very interesting, and there are very many ways to communicate it. And for me, it is difficult to stick to a framework. Thank you for the intervention, for the understanding. Before going on to the conclusions of this third session, I would like to ask those who are present here to use the QR code and see the questions pertaining to the session of culture. They are very interesting. They are based on what we talk, and we would very much like to discuss with you the conclusions that you have given us, the answers that you have given us. Mr. Economou, I come back to you. I think that your introduction set the framework for the discussion today, because the museums are an entity in an area and in a city and a country which change the whole form. So I will ask a question that I think is interesting to all, to everyone who is present here today and the participants in the discussion. We have already embarked upon the studies to renovate and refurbish the archaeological museum. How can we improve the impact that the new National Archaeological Museum will have in Athens and overall in Greece? Thank you very much. Yes, the studies have started. These studies aim at more than doubling the present-day area of the museum. There will be a new building constructed, and the existing building will be renovated. It was built by Ziller and exists until today. The first very important thing is that the studies have started. It looks like quite impossible in Greece. Why did they start? Because they are funded by a very generous offer by the Latsis family, not the foundation, the family. This allowed for the studies to get started, to be awarded in 2 months. Contrary to what is the custom, 12 years. Okay. I just recall the Acropolis Museum adventure. There was a period of 25 years before the tender took place. So we have something extremely important and unseen for Greece, which of course facilitates things. The second element is that we have already something similar like the new Acropolis Museum. The new the National Archaeological Museum, it's the most important classical antiquity museum globally. It is not just a landmark like the Acropolis, but it has classical culture, classical civilization, which is more important. I will not put them on a balance, but it is something that you have to that you're selling and which is very, very valuable. And we see that in the visits. We have queues which go down to Patission even during heat waves in summer. With the new building, allow me to say at this point that the engineers and the architects headed with Tiber, who is already working, have done extraordinary things. I am an architect. I worked in Acropolis and in the Niarchos Foundation. I haven't seen so systematic work at the level of the studies. And this pertains to the architects and to the civil engineers. So what should we do? We have very good starting points. What we need to do to optimize the result is, first of all, to finish it on time. Just think that we are talking about a building that the studies of which cost 40 million. So the construction itself will be some hundreds of millions, a huge investment. It is difficult to be done, but since it is a huge investment, it has to have returns. Some speaker mentioned the economical dimension of the museums. Culture, especially big museums, cost a lot. So it has to yield results for the museum and for the national investment, which of course will be paid by the public sector. Which means what? We need to increase the visits. This means revenues for the museum. It means dissemination in the broader area and contribution to the creation of another global pole of attraction for Greece and for Athens, for Greece, because when someone comes for the Acropolis Museum, I insist on that, they come to Athens possibly only for the Acropolis Museum. But since they are here, they will visit the rest of Athens, the Cyclades, the Ionian. So the dissemination and the multiplier effect will be felt all over Greece. So we need to increase the visits and the revenues. How we will do that? Of course, with a very good building. We said that. But then we need another important element, which is a new museological perception that responds to the new era. The art museums and the cultural museums are different. Art is an important element of culture, but it has to be incorporated in the broader culture. The Benaki Museum, indeed, is a very good example of museological perceptions, although it is not a museum per se. I mean the Piraeus building. I'm referring to both. Besides, the building that you have in Piraeus is outstanding. So we need to proceed to a very modern museological study, which is not easy at all. Right now we are at this stage, and I can assure you that there are extreme difficulties there related to the difficulty of the endeavor itself. There is no compass to do that. There are various impediments, established views, etc. There's no point in discussing this. The third element, in order to optimize the impact of the museum, the new museum in the broader area, the broader neighborhood, is to find a way so that the positive repercussions that we had for the Acropolis Museum, for instance, in the broader area, to be incorporated in the results of the museum. This will be done automatically by the market. In the case of the Acropolis Museum, what happened was the result of the market impact. But what we need to do is to regulate in order to check the negative results, the side effect on the crisis, removal and leaving of inhabitants, etc. This is in the agenda, and I will finish at this point. This is in the agenda of the overall project, because the project is not just to build, but to do the museological study, removal of the antiquities, the items, the exhibits, and take them back. This is a renewal plan for a broader area, from Strefi down to the Ossé railway station, from Stadiou and then to the Areos Park, a very large area. We need to prepare that. And here we have the positive element that there will be a metro station there. This will be an additional advantage. So we need to prepare in such a way so as to be able to absorb the positive forces in the market and channel them in a way so as not to reach negative results. Mr. Econom, thank you very much. I will start from where you stopped. What we said, among what we said, is that the cost of building a museum and implementing such an endeavor is huge, tremendous. Mr. Trivoulidis, under the weight of the operation of such a building, a museum, which has a lot of expenses, can the museums really be viable and be autonomous entities? As you said before, and this is why I wanted you to stop, because I want to discuss it more in detail. We had a previous discussion, e-shops, subscriptions, memberships, could that contribute?
Let me provide you with a direct answer. One of the great things we're doing at the Banaki Museum is something that not many know about. We are a private law entity in Greece. This means that we have been counting on the trust and confidence and the love of the Greek community. We are 95 years old. Pretty soon we'll be a century old. We are heavily counting on the Greek community's trust. And one of the great things we have is the so-called Donors Day, during which we acknowledge and recognize the great donations that have happened, meaning pecuniary donations, donations of items to enrich our collections, and volunteers. Panagis Vourloumis, in a recent Donors Day, said something that is a direct response to your question, sir. He said that museums and cultural organizations are by definition, by nature, deficit organizations. They are not making profits. They are nonetheless liable for the sustainability thereof. In terms of sustainability, we have to take care of ourselves. There are two fundamental pillars, or rather three. One fundamental pillar is how the museum operates, its setup, its internal organization, whether it addresses a specific public. My dream come true would be ideally for all visitors to become members to the museum in order for them to carry the museum with them. And there's also a second pillar, the so-called regulatory framework that concerns donations as such. It's problematic. It's a whole chapter. You see, we as a country have this problematic bill which does not really favor donations in Greece. And that brings me to the third pillar, which is pertinent to what you asked me about. You asked me about what we need to do and how we can possibly have the echo of the museum reverberate and enhance the visitor's experience. Ideally, I'd like each and every visitor to become a member of the museum. I'd like to have all visitors visit us. We often tend to forget about how we would make those who visited once come back, how to lure them back to have a repeat visit. During the pandemic, for instance, quite accidentally, we came up with a virtual touring of the museum platform, and when everything was locked down and nobody was visiting museums, there was an article at The Independent, the British newspaper, that referred to the digital experiences offered by various museums the world over. The Metropolitan, the British Museum were there in the article, and amongst them you would find the museum, our museum, just because we happened to have this virtual tour program, and it worked. So or rather, let me rephrase that, it is the obligation and the duty of the museum to enhance and strengthen the visitor's experience. Quite often, and especially in the past, we museums were thought of as places of respite. They would think of us as small churches where people would keep quiet. But the Banaki Museum is open to the community of the world. This is a house and a home. We want to have repeat visitors. People come with us, and we'd like them ideally to take a piece of the museum with them when they go back home. The Banaki Museum also offers the restaurant and cafeteria experience, and becoming a member of the museum would also allow you rights to have a digital tour of this and that exhibition. All of that is instrumental in terms of achieving and proceeding with the sustainability of the museum. All of us together, we are working with a view to achieving shared goals. I look forward to the new landmarks. I look forward to the new archaeological museum. It will be another landmark. The Technopolis is another landmark. The Piraeus Bank Group, Gradual Foundation, PIOP museums are landmarks outside of Athens. This is important. You have to create an experience for the visitor, and that would generate revenue for the sustainability of the museums. The moderator says this is well put, well said, and I have been meaning to jot down things, and I'm trying to keep all responses very brief. I see the countdown. Nobody can see that, but it's there, and I have to stick to it, and apparently I failed. I have also gone over the time allocated to us. Please be as brief as possible. I understand it's very difficult to be brief when we're talking about something so varied. Mrs. Floro, please tell me, in a nutshell, a database about visibility or the visitor's profile in order to improve the sustainability and the experience that you offer to the visitor. Does that matter? Such sort of data? Such data matter, especially for us. We are a young museum. It's not enough to just say that I have this brand name and it's part of my ammunition. You have to know who your visitors are. And to find out who your visitors are, you need an in-house study or an internal survey. So for the past 12 months, we've been sending e-questionnaires. We've received feedback from about 400 visitors. 400 is a good number. And we are compiling information or rather gathering information such as gender, origin, age group, educational background. So this is more demographics. But we are also picking up data such as the degree of satisfaction, to what extent they were happy with the museum experience, which we hopefully provided them with, whether they visited the museum shop or the cafe, whether it was easy for them to find where the museum is located. And at this point in particular, we launched this study very early and we kept receiving complaints by people saying that I am passing outside this place and I don't see you. Do something about the signage. Yes, that's how we managed to improve the signage, and we no longer get complaints about it. So there's the communication issue, how people find out about such museums. This is very, very, very important. And this is helpful for us and to us with a view to building on it and the future. This is not an end in itself. We are not just getting the results to just have another survey, nor do we fully agree with what they are asking us. I mean, what we want is not always aligned with the results of the study. Maybe someone would like to have educational actions and activities hosted, but we would like to have people with disabilities. So let's try to encompass that as well and integrate it to strike a balance. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Rigas. Based on what we heard so far, please tell me what the biggest challenges are for you, based on your experience, especially with regard to museums outside the big metropolitan areas, and how can they better improve the role they're playing in the tourist industry and vis-a-vis the community? What about the future of these small regional museums?
Yes, I think this is the main question in the mind of all of us who are trying to operate museums in the periphery. A lot of things were said, which are also issues seen in the cities and in the periphery. The main thing for all is funding, it's the resources. We heard many ideas about how to face this crisis, how the museums can ensure resources that they are reinvesting, etc., etc. The museums are not profit-making organizations. They need to find alternative financing sources, either from tickets, from donations. We have ensured the funding by Piraeus Bank, but we don't stay on that. We try to explore new forms of funding. And also an important thing is for the museums to be connected to the local communities, local societies, and become a catalyst for cultural processes and with their financial dimension to reinforce entrepreneurship. The entrepreneurship can offer a lot of services that can complete the services provided by the museum. For instance, ecotourism businesses, whatever compound word you can use with tourism, agritourism, etc. And in the periphery, the museums have to highlight their educational role, because local communities and schools do not have the opportunities to have access to a lot of cultural goods and educational goods of high quality, such as in Athens. So this is an important dimension. And in concluding, a very important thing is the issue of the climate crisis, especially in the periphery, which has been direly hit recently. We have a museum in Thessaly which was flooded in 2023, the Tsalapata Museum, and right now we are trying to repair it. And in Soufli, with the wildfires, there was an issue of evacuating the whole city. So this is something that the museums should take into account. They should act as beacons for complying with the climate legislation and for the promotion of sound operation practices. Thank you very much. Mr. Papathanasiou, we will conclude with you. We have heard a lot. I had taken note of one or two questions. I think all questions are interrelated, so but I would like to give you the floor generally and maybe talk about some actions that you consider as important for the promotion of cultural tourism, but you are free to talk about everything you want. Thank you very much. I will just think of two things. What could one say in such a short time? I want to make a statement and ask you a riddle. If we want to make proper planning, we need to understand well, I mean all of us, private sector, public sector, we need to understand what we have here in Greece. Best practices are very good. Best practices from abroad, they're very good, and we should always take them into account, but we have some particularities that we need to know, and based on those to proceed. This is the so-called comparative advantage or comparative edge, if you wish. So, yes, we can reinvent things, invent maybe not powder or the wheel, but this conservative view that we cannot do anything new, that we have to be taught that everything has been done or said, etc., this is something that annoys me. Second, a riddle. Do you know how Zapas became rich? Zapas, a Greek benefactor, was a doctor in the Botzaris army. And when the war was over, he went to work in a farmer in present-day Romania and Ukraine. They had wheat. At some point, the farmer was bitten by a snake, and Zapas, who was a doctor, saved him. And the farmer asked, what do you want? Do you want half of my property? No, he said, I want to exploit 1/3 of your property. So he raised the value by 10 times, and he was given the whole property. And he took the wheat and went to Bucharest and sold the wheat, and this is how he became rich in the end. So I will conclude with that. We thank all the speakers for their invaluable views. And let's see the answers that we had in the questions through the QR code. First question, what initiative do you believe will further promote the cultural heritage of Greece as a tourist product? We have prevailing for answer the programs of connecting culture with gastronomy and folk tradition. In the second question, which action will more contribute to the promotion of Greek culture on an international level? I think the fourth one, cooperation with international organizations to promote the Greek cultural heritage. Thank you all. I think we will have a short break now and we will continue with the fourth session. Thank you.
Do you know what's better than a weekend? A Greekend! A typical Greekend starts with coffees. And then, of course, fun. Play. Shopping. Hi. Food. Art, spas, music, drinks. In just a few hours from home, why not make your next weekend a Greekend?
Greekend.
Well, I just had a massive one.
Close your eyes. Think of your summer getaway. The real one. The one full of blue and pure white, but still evidently colourful, where you can feel the breeze, taste the sea, walk on the steps of the wise, and mingle with the locals. The Aegean Islands, your real summer like no other.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You better step into the light. Just give it a try. Know that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. Shine, go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares
Σταύρος Λαμπρινίδης, ο coffee expert των Everest, ξέρει πως τον καλό καφέ τον κάνουν οι ποικιλίες αράμπικα και οντούρας σε τέλεια ισορροπία γεύσης και έντασης.
Οι ειδικοί της γεύσης και του καφέ σε προσκαλούν να δοκιμάσεις την ποικιλία οντούρας σε ένα κατάστημα Everest.
Αυτό που κάνει τον κόσμο να κινείται είναι η θέληση του ανθρώπου να εξερευνά, να ξεπερνάει τα σύνορά του. Μέσα στην τελευταία δεκαετία μας επιτρέψατε να μεγαλώσουμε. Μας δώσατε βραβεία. Ξεπεράσαμε τους 1,5 εκατομμύρια ταξιδιώτες. Αγγίξαμε πάνω από 500 προορισμούς. Δημιουργήσαμε περισσότερα από 1.000 προγράμματα. Το όνομα Μάνεσης έγινε συνώνυμο της λέξης ταξίδι, συνέδριο, εταιρικό meeting, εξωτικός προορισμός, γαμήλιο ταξίδι, οργανωμένο τουρ στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Σχολική εκδρομή, παροχή φιλοξενίας σε ιδιόκτητα ξενοδοχεία, βίλες και εστίαση.
35 χρόνια και το ταξίδι της οικογένειας Μάνεσης συνεχίζεται.
Γεια, είμαι η Κλειό. Είμαι δημιούργημα τεχνητής νοημοσύνης και με το δίκτυο 5G μπορώ να σε ταξιδέψω στην ιστορία. Τι θέλεις να δεις?
Μπορείς να μου δείξεις τον Παρθενώνα όπως ήταν στην αρχαιότητα?
Ναι, με την εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος μπορώ.
Μπορώ να δω και μέσα στο ναό?
Φυσικά, χάρη στις τεχνολογίες Augmented και Virtual Reality της εφαρμογής.
Άλλα μνημεία?
Ναι, το οδείο του Ηρώδου του Αττικού, το ιερό της Αρτέμιδος και τη Χαλκοθήκη. Και πλέον μπορείς να δεις και το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια.
Η τεχνολογία του μέλλοντος φέρνει το σπουδαίο παρελθόν μας στο σήμερα. Και τώρα, με την προσθήκη 2 ακόμα σπουδαίων μνημείων, το ερέχθιο και τα προπήλαια, η εφαρμογή Κοσμοτέ Κρόνος προσφέρει μια ολοκληρωμένη εμπειρία στην Ακρόπολη. Δίνουμε ζωή στην ιστορία μας για να την απολαύσει όλος ο κόσμος. Κοσμοτέ, μέλος του ομίλου Telecom.
eventually reach a cruising altitude of 35.
Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ένα μέρος που κάποια στιγμή ίσως και να έχεις βρεθεί. Είτε κάπου για να πας, είτε για κάποιον που αγαπάς. Ένα μέρος που συνδέει την Ελλάδα με τον κόσμο με φροντίδα και ασφάλεια και αποτελεί βασικό πυλώνα ανάπτυξης του τουρισμού στη χώρα μας. Μια εταιρεία ευέλικτη και κερδοφόρα, έτοιμη να θέσει νέους στόχους και να ανταποκριθεί σε νέες προκλήσεις. Εδώ όλα γίνονται με σεβασμό στο περιβάλλον, με περισσότερες από 100 σημαντικές διεθνείς διακρίσεις και βραβεία. Ανάμεσα στην Ελλάδα και στον κόσμο υπάρχει ο Διεθνής Αερολιμένας Αθηνών. Η ενέργεια εξελίσσεται. Το ίδιο και εμείς. Δεν ακολουθούμε απλά τις εξελίξεις. Δημιουργούμε τις εξελίξεις. Με σημαντική παρουσία στην ενεργειακή αλυσίδα της Νοτιοανατολικής Ευρώπης και συνεχή επέκταση διεθνώς, δημιουργούμε ένα διευρυμένο χαρτοφυλάκιο με ισορροπία ανάμεσα στις βασικές μας δραστηριότητες και τη νέα ενέργεια. Επενδύουμε δυναμικά στις ανανεώσιμες πηγές ενέργειας στην Ελλάδα και το εξωτερικό. Εξυπηρετούμε όλο και μεγαλύτερο κοινό. Πραγματοποιούμε μεγάλες συνεργασίες και επενδύουμε στην αναβάθμιση της εμπειρίας των πελατών μας. Προωθούμε την αλλαγή, προστατεύουμε το περιβάλλον για ένα μέλλον με μηδενικό αποτύπωμα. Συνεισφέρουμε στην οικονομία. Και στηρίζουμε έμπρακτα την κοινωνία. Την υγεία, τη νέα γενιά. Τον πολιτισμό, τον αθλητισμό. Αλλάζουμε την ενέργεια για ένα καλύτερο αύριο για όλους.
Do you know what's better than a weekend? A Greekend! A typical Greekend starts with coffees. And then, of course, done. See? Shopping. Shopping. Hi. Food. art, bar, music, drinks. In just a few hours from home, why not make your next weekend a Greekend?
Greekend.
Well, I just had a massive one.
Close your eyes. Think of your summer getaway. The real one. The one full of blue and pure white, but still evidently colourful, where you can feel the breeze, taste the sea, walk on the steps of the Wise, and mingle with the locals. The Aegean Islands, your real summer like no other.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You better step into the light. Just give it a try. Know that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. Shine, go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine.
Apart from the minister and commissioner and the regional governor, Mr. Chardalias, who developed the plan of the region for the coming years, and Haris Doukas, the mayor of Athens, who focused on the issues of tourism in Athens, we had the first session on how transport affects tourism. Mr. Economou represented the government, and what we heard from the representatives of companies and agencies were very interesting as to where we should focus at in order to increase the number of visitors on the one hand and the efficiency and the first impressions on the other hand, because always the first impressions are a very powerful indicator of the visitor's satisfaction or non-satisfaction. Then we had a very interesting session on blue and green economy. Tourism has a huge footprint on the economy, more than 25% of the GDP. The Deputy Minister for Tourism was the rapporteur, and we had a very interesting panel, inter-party panel, because tourism is one of the activities and sectors where we have convergence of views and not just oppositions. And then the most interesting panel, I think, because we heard the people who participate in what is happening in tourism through culture. Culture is the first one sector that attracts tourists to our country, that was moderated by our colleague Thanos Moriatis. At this point, since it is more topical than ever, with everything that is happening in the Middle East and the recent developments in Syria, which are underway. Nothing is over, nothing, we don't know how it will evolve. So I would like to start the second major session asking the director of the Institute of International Affairs and assistant professor of international relations, Mr. Philis, as to how geopolitics and the international developments affect tourism. Mr. Philis, you have the floor. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Pyrgioti, and I thank the organizers for this very honorary invitation. Some friends were wondering what is the relationship between geopolitics and tourism, and why are you invited in such a conference on tourism to talk about geopolitics? Well, in my mind, as I guess in the mind of the organizers, because this invitation to me was sent a long time before the recent developments in Syria. So, for me, it goes without saying. It is self-evident how these two are linked, are connected, and I will try to explain in the next 15 minutes why they are connected. First of all, today, what is not very well known is that the wars that torment the world are not just 2 or 3 in Ukraine, in the Middle East, recently in Syria, but they are 55. As we speak, there are 55 armed conflicts all over the planet, which means that the planet is in a turmoil that, of course, affects people's psychology, therefore tourist psychology. It affects the relations among states, and this impact in the relationships among states has, of course, an impact on tourism and tourist flows. Just to give you an example, the Russians, who were considered, until some years ago, I think they were not just considered, but they were good tourists compared to others, in the sense that when they visited a country, they spent the money they got, they had with them, they spent it. In Greece, due to the sanctions and the war in Ukraine, the number of Russian tourists has decreased considerably. And we had also invested in religious tourism. There are some flows, but they are restricted. But since the relationship between Turkey and Russia improved, the Russians who don't need a visa to visit Turkey, this number of Russians is more than 7 million yearly. They have exceeded Germans and other Europeans who have somehow restricted their travels to Turkey, especially in the previous years when there were some terrorist attacks. there was a fear that they could be victims of a terrorist action. Then, of course, the wars waged in our neighborhood have another result. They produce migration flows. I see here the regional governor, who is quite sensitive on those issues. We have discussed this topic repeatedly in various fora. What I can tell you now about Syria, since we have a dramatic development there, the fall of a regime which held the helm of the country during the last 54 years. What we can say is that for the time being, we don't expect an increase of migration flows and refugee flows from Syria. Of course, the situation is quite volatile in the country itself. But we should not expect, on the other hand, that 3 or 4 or 5 million Syrians who are living outside Syria, we should not expect them to go back. Because maybe you hear it and you read it, but when they come back or they go back to a destroyed country, a country that has been bombed, that has been looted. So it's not that they can go back to a normality as they had it before the war erupted in 2011. So we shouldn't expect something drastic as regards the returns of Syrians. The Syrians who go back do not go back there to stay there. They want to see their families, they want to see their houses if they exist, they want to see how the situation goes, to seek for missing persons, etc. So let me come to the topics that are more interesting to us. A month and a half ago, I was in a mission in Israel. So while waiting in Tel Aviv airport to come back to Athens, I was impressed that from 6 p.m. to 11, there were five flights from Tel Aviv to Athens. I was also impressed when I left Athens to go to Tel Aviv and coming back, especially on the way back, I was the only Greek. Although the flight was with Aegean, I was the only Greek in the airplane. I say this because I'm saying a triviality, but it is true. Crises create problems, pain, catastrophes, disasters, and they create opportunities. This is the truth. I'm saying this because, exactly because the Israelis feel, after many years, because we have had various fluctuations in our relationship, but the Israelis feel that they are quite safe. They feel that Greece is the main destination in Europe for Israelis. They feel safe being here, the Israelis, as tourists and as buyers of property. But we have important flows from a country which right now is in the midst of war. It's in conflict. To say a few words about how foreign policy is important in relation to tourism and geopolitics. We shouldn't see just the negative side. With Turkey, the soothing of our relations, which has come and which has nothing to do with the settling of issues, very crucial and very difficult, for instance, the continental shelf and the exclusive economic zone. The most important part of this agenda is the flows, the tourist flows from Turkey. After the agreement for the visa for 10 Greek islands, there are also many others who ask for this regime to be expanded for their areas, even for continental Greece, because they see how important this impact is, positive impact from the flows of Turks who come not to occupy us, but in order to spend some days in Greece. And the truth is that the great majority of those Turks are good tourists. They spend their money, and this helps in the interaction of the two communities. Tourism will not solve the problems with Turkey, but for sure While talking with Turks, I can tell you that it is a unilaterally positive agreement because they lose tourists. Instead of Turks going to the coastline, they instead visit Greek islands. And this is an agreement which was not easy to be struck because it presupposed the approval of the European Union because we are a Schengen country and we could have had other issues arising as regards flows that would continue to the rest of Europe. Now, let me conclude with the following. I realize that an important part of tourism is the so-called congress or conference tourism. And with time, it is true that we have more and more conferences organized in Greece, conferences on geopolitics, on the issues of the neighborhood, either we're talking about the Balkans or Eastern Mediterranean. And this is very, very encouraging. We could put more emphasis on that. Greece is being advertised, and it is, compared to the neighborhood, a pillar of stability. But we should try to transform this into something practical and make it more meaningful. As regards conference tourism, for instance, Thessaloniki, in my mind, could be really the focus of various actions in the broader Balkan area, because all Balkans are looking towards Thessaloniki. But I'm not referring just to tourists who come from various countries, including Northern Macedonia. I'm referring to the conferences that could be held in Thessaloniki. So instead of having the Thessaloniki International Fair once a year, we could have once a month, with the objective of having greater interaction on various topics in the center of the Balkans. And correspondingly, similarly, conferences on Eastern Mediterranean could be hosted in Crete. There are infrastructure there. There is infrastructure there. So if we were a bit more future-oriented, we could have the establishment of a General Secretariat of Balkan Affairs in Thessaloniki and Mediterranean Affairs in Crete, so as to have the know-how and the infrastructure to welcome conferences and to organize on a monthly basis, I repeat, happenings and events that could bring closer the peoples of the area, but also scientists and the new generation especially. I think we should focus on the new generation. And let me conclude by saying that the networks, because Greece is a point of reference, and it will be in the future for the networking, not just energy, but also transport networking. So we should not just stop at energy and goods, but we could also have a networking as regards human resources and services. I hope I didn't tire you out. Thank you very much for your attention.
Do you know what's better than a weekend? A Greekend! A typical Greekend starts with coffee.
This is an unorthodox way to climb on stage. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Katia Makri. It is a pleasure for me to be acting as moderator for this section, which is about the tourist experience. Having said that, let me give the floor to Mr. Fiorentinos along with the rest of the panelists, Mr. Rodopoulos, Mrs. Maggiari, Mr. Manases. I've set the example. It's faster, you're right. Andreas Manasis and Mr. Steliatos. In the meantime, there are these two questions. What is the new tourist model that can help more enhance and promote the least known areas of Greece, and what is, according to you, the most important trend which is going to determine the future of the tourist experience? You can scan the QR code you'll find on your table, respond to the questions, and at the end of this section we are going to publicly announce the responses. Let's introduce ourselves on a more formal note. Next to me there is Andreas Fiorentino, Secretary General of the Greek National Tourism Organization, GNTO or EOT in Greek. Mr. Konstantinos Rodopoulos, Chairman of the Board of Metropolitan College. Hard Labs here, apparently. Good to have them. He is the Vice President of the European Association of Institutes for Vocational Training, EVBB. Miss Angeliki Maggiari, the money. Her contribution will be very useful. Senior Director of Large Corporate and Investment Bank in Piraeus Bank. Along with Andreas Manesis, founder of Manesis Travel SA and Ama and Divama Hotels and Villas, right? Along with Mr. Steliatos Antonis, President of Hellenic Professional Yacht Owners Association. You have different backgrounds and origins, all 5 of you, so you have different experiences as well. Let's try to compound those, to synthesize them in order for us to take the big picture, taking the big picture with regard to the tourist experience and the new model, whether we can proceed the way we've been proceeding, maybe we can help involve the existing model or change. Secretary General, all the facts and figures about the tourist industry are very impressive, but I don't know if we should now just be measuring or calculating incoming and outgoing visitors and also the revenue. Should we maybe also measure the experience? Thank you for invitation. I fully agree with you. It's no secret. Everyone agrees. An effort must be made with a view to the tourist product becoming more qualitative. Our infrastructures are under pressure. Please use it and we'll switch it on. I think it's on. Good. Let me start from the beginning. So, I'm happy to be with you. We are all discussing the qualitative or more qualitative tourist products and services. This is the objective. We are investing in that direction. The fact that the Prime Minister also secured funds through the RRF for the rest of Greece to become more tourist friendly, for the rest of Greece to be more accessible, for other alternative destinations to be showcased in order to see what problems are there, by also investing in port infrastructure. It's all going in the right direction. In this direction, we understand, all of us, that it's preferable to have 10 people who will be giving us $1,000 each than have 100 people giving us less or as much. So the infrastructure are under pressure. We have to somehow, somewhere, some way find a means via which we will be given time to modernize our infrastructure while discussing further growth and development. Secretary General, I, for the benefit of our discussion, tried to find surveys and studies in terms of visitor satisfaction. It turns out that visitor satisfaction in the past 10 years has improved greatly. We used to have a very low ranking, or rather overall the score was 7.7 and now we are at 8.4. This means that we're doing much better. This is a GPR Consulting and a union or association of hoteliers in Greece joint survey. You talked about the importance of infrastructure. What else would you like to see improve the tourist experience so that Greece would also be even more attractive and appealing to higher-end visitors? So you want to have more? No, I'm actually thinking of the big spenders, the ones who are well off, those who would spend more. I think that our goal ought to encompass the average family. and many efforts have been made. All the stakeholders of the tourist industry, the sector, are knowledgeable of the fact by now that Greece is an attractive destination. And if we suppose that there is a current trend or a fad in favor of slow tourism, meaning you are going to places where you can get to spend life the way locals live it, enjoy the same quality of life and just relax, then Greece is indeed this ideal relaxed destination. Our culture, our hospitality also go hand in hand with a sense of safety and security. This is authentic, this is unique, and we are trying to communicate that. The previous management of GNTO, EOD, and ourselves, me and my partners, we are trying to clearly communicate to the world the message that Greece is a resilient and authentic destination. I'll be coming back to you, Secretary General, later, and I'm making a mental note of what you talked about with regard to the infrastructure. Mr. Manesis, allow me to first, lady and gentlemen, give the floor to those who are practically living and breathing tourism on a daily basis. Mr. Manesis, what is the tourist experience? What is the significance thereof? What's the meaning thereof? And how do you adjust to changes? I'm sure you would want me to refer to similar issues that have been mentioned by the previous panelists. There's technology, AI, the digital transformation, but I think the previous panels have exhausted this, so I'm going to talk about now and today. Remember, I'm a hotelier and I am a travel agent, so I'll stick to what I love more. I love traveling. I chose myself a profession because I'm a traveler first and foremost. I love traveling. So a travel agency must communicate the soul, the sentiment, the emotion, because travelers have this vision, this dream, they're coming to us and we must make their dreams come true. So we have to understand what the traveler wishes for, to follow what the traveler wishes to do during the journey and then give him what he wants to. So, of course, the travel organizations depend on technology, but the emotion, the sentiment, the human experience cannot be provided by any website or infrastructure or AI. This is what we do at Manesis, and I believe our peers also invest in the traveler's sentiment and emotions. You were very well in describing that. You were very good at describing that, and in practical terms, the travelers are looking for new experiences. What is it you provide them with? What is it you expect in the next years to come will be in higher demand? All citizens in Greece are either potential travelers or are somehow connected with the tourist product. Clearly, new mentalities. This is a new trend. Now with the low-cost companies, it's easy to travel on a daily basis. It's affordable. By taking advantage of technology, we can go to the Louvre digitally, virtually, despite the fact that we are physically here, or we can visit the Metropolitan Museum. So there's Socotra, there are science journeys, exploring journeys, or exploration. The traveler of the year 2010 was quite different compared to the traveler of 2024 or 2025. And let's not forget that the tourist industry provides us with lots of revenue. We were at 10 billion in 2010 and now we got to 22 billion. It was recent, and still people are nagging and complaining and are saying that maybe we would like a different type of traveler. But especially during the pandemic, the tourist industry, be it the tour operators or the hotels, they were all helpful to this country. So those who are in charge and hold top political positions must remember that. Now, sir, you are the head of the Hellenic Professional Yacht Owners Association. Mr. Steliatos, do you represent all yachts? To begin with, let me first thank you for the invitation. Commendations and congratulations for what you've said and done so far. We have 6,700 yachts that are flying the Greek flag. There are different categories. cruise ships, small ones, catamarans up to 100 meters. We have the mini cruise ships for up to 49 people, day cruising ships. All of that is a wide range of various vessels. During the pandemic, you did very well. You were doing very well for 2 years or maybe more. They were exceptional years for you because the tourists were looking for safety and security. They wanted to be in a safe environment which would be more easy to control. What about 2024? How was that year for you now that there is global tourism everywhere? And what's your expectation for 2025?
24 started very, very well, but then we had a drop. I mean, not in all types of ships, all types of vessels, up to 25%. We have to be fair. We had two major events, the Olympic Games in Paris and the Euro in Germany. A lot of people who want to have holidays on a vessel, they opted for those instead of coming to Greece. But the worst thing is that after traveling in the Aegean after many years, I visited islands. I went to Furnos and I went to Psara. All the bays were filled with vessels with a Turkish flag. I don't know how they entered Greece, but they are having, having holidays here as other vessels. It started 2 years ago. We tried to change this. This remark is very correct because you are losing revenues and the state is losing revenues through this leasing. Is there an institutional framework? Are you happy? No. We need to change it. When Greek vessels, I gave you the figure, contribute to the Greek economy every year with 140 million VAT for the chartering, 40 million for the wages, 10 million to EFKA, the insurance bodies. Should we let this go? Should we let it be lost? We can change the flag. I mean, nothing will happen. The Greek flag is not for economic reasons. We, as Greek owners of professional vessels, we want the Greek flag to be in Castellorizo, in Agathonisi, in Gavlo, Erikoussa, and Othonous, because this is how we feel that these islands are Greek. The Greek flag, it's the flag that should be in our seas, no matter who is in government, which party is in government, because your title shows it. Greek tourism, a national affair, without colors. Our sector is the most, is the sector of tourism which has suffered injustice. Now, you have a quite expensive product. No, it is not so expensive. Okay, we agree. I want to ask you whether, okay, we have seamen who are the best. Do you have trained people for tourism? Seamen trained? Can I speak, Mr. Chairman, to the children who are present here? I can talk to them if you wish. You can call me and I can address them in your colleges, in the auditoriums, and I can explain to them what it means to work on a professional vessel as cooks, as in a clerical position. They don't have an experience, so they can get started and they can become seamen as well. This is something simple. Okay, I will now come back to you, Mr. Steliatos, but Mr. Rodopoulos, I want you to tell us about training. You have a very good cooperation with Sunny Ecos Group, and I want you to tell us about that. Do you want me to speak about that? About that and about other things I'm going to ask you. I'm very happy that some students of ours are present in this conference today. This is an example, a sign as to how young people, the young generation, are interested in what is happening. Over and above all, apart from the infrastructures, apart from all the topics pertaining to tourism, there is one major issue. It's the human factor. People who are trained, people who are professionals. Because this is the crucial issue for our economy. What are you going to do with the infrastructures, with the vessels, if at the end of the day the people who are employed in these fields do not have the knowledge, the education, the training in order to deliver the product produced to the recipient based on high specifications. So the target is that this sector, this field, needs to have trained, qualified personnel. How can this be achieved? Last year, in the sector of tourism, we were talking about 70,000 people who were missing. There was a lack of personnel, 70,000, and no one took the initiative to think, to train, because I'm here in my other capacity, Mrs. Macri. I was re-elected for the second consecutive period, Vice President of the European Association of Institutes for Vocational Training. And I have received a lot of data as to what is happening in Europe. For instance, if the Germans today had a lack of 70,000 people in a specific sector, do you know what would have happened? The Resilience or Recovery Fund, whatever financial instrument there is, will call upon the social partner which represents the industry of commerce and says, get this money, find these 70,000 people, train them, give them a certification, and then take them out in the labor market. This is easy. What we are doing, do you know that we are the only example in our country where we have managed to connect training with the labor market? This is the example of Sunny Ecos. I worked 3 years ago with Mr. Andreadis to come up with a formula so that people from day one when they enter the training session to be able to know that after 2 years they will have a secured job. And what we did was to start with the hotels of Sunny in Chalkidiki, and now we are expanding towards the other side of the Mediterranean, Andalusia and Spain in general. So from day one, we asked the young people if they want to follow this example. It's not a 100 years experience, just 2 years we have started it, but we asked them. 150 were the students that we had the first year. They were registered for having training in the tourist sector. They had their practice in Sunny Ecos under humane conditions, and I insist on that. This is a major issue, Please just make a parenthesis here because we need to speak about that. Are the conditions satisfactory for a young person to follow this profession? That is, to study, to train, to be trained. But what about the conditions of work afterwards? Right, I will answer. The working conditions during their apprenticeship, because here you get a sample. during their apprenticeship in summertime, you can understand if the conditions of living are such so as to boost them to continue. I asked from San Ecos to have the conditions so that the children, the young people, to wish to go there, and the conditions are impeccable today as we speak. Although we started with 150 students in Thessaloniki, this year we have 450 who will do their apprenticeship the first year. They will be remunerated. They will continue their studies in the second year. They will be remunerated during summertime. And at the end of their apprenticeship, their practice, they will receive a bonus. And then they have already signed contracts for work. So for me, this is a very successful example. But, you know, I mean, the tourist product cannot be saved with 450 students from ACME or 150 students from another school, from another college. We are talking about the linking between training and the labor market. It should be the only topic. Yes, you can keep that, because once we discuss the infrastructures, because this is a main infrastructure for tourism, I want us to discuss it. Now, let me go to Mrs. Angeliki Mangiari. What are the challenges that your bank thinks that tourism is facing in Greece? Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank the organizers. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here with you. I will agree with Mr. Manesis, who started before and said that when you are in the last panels, most things have been said, have been discussed, and have been analyzed. But yet, this shows that whatever the sector one represents in this so very interesting conference and panel, the people around tourism are facing common challenges and common issues, which shows that if everyone works together, if all of us work together, we will be able to bring tourism to a better level. But you, as a bank, you are a locomotive for tourism. Without you, not much can be done. So this is why I ask you, how do you face tourism? If you have in front of you two investments, one tourism investment for tourism and another one, which is a small craftsmanship industry, will you opt for the tourist product or the other sector, which is another production? Because this is service. Do you opt for service or for production? The bank is ready to finance any bankable and viable investment plan, business plan. As regards tourism, I will tell you why banks, and especially Piraeus Bank, are ready and they have the will to finance this sector. First of all, we are talking about the Greek economy, which is at a growth trend. And it is the surprise of the Eurozone, since the other countries in Central and Northern Europe are either in stagnation or in recession. So a lot of steps have been taken in the Greek economy, a lot of changes. There is fiscal stability, and our country has recovered its investment grade, which has attracted, of course, considerable investments from abroad. This helps the economy and the society at large. A second reason why the banks are ready and they want to finance the sector is the banking sector itself, which has overcome the problems of the past. We are talking about banks with strong capital adequacy, liquidity and profitability. They are relieved from the NPEs, which were a scourge in the past. Just some figures: we had a credit objective of 2.1 billion, and approaching the end of the year, I can tell you that this objective will be met and exceeded, as well as the profitability, which will reach 1 billion. Regarding deposits and financing, we are the first bank in market share. We have 25% of the market share as regards the performing exposures and 28% of deposits. And the performing exposures will reach 32 billion, whereas deposits have exceeded 60 billion. And you can understand from these figures that there is a very important liquidity that has been channeled to the economy. Another question. What is the strategy that you think needs to be implemented in order to have a model of sustainable tourist development?
I will come to your question, but let me first add something which is pertinent to the previous question, because I haven't given you full response. It was the dilemma between tourism or industry. So when it comes to the tourist industry, we all know that this sector gives directly or indirectly a biggest chunk of the GPT, and moreover, we all know that the tourism sector has been extremely resilient despite the various crises, be it the climate crisis or a health crisis or a geopolitical crisis, and we heard Mr. Phillips before talk about geopolitics as such. So the tourist industry has been really resilient, and the prospects thereof are quite propitious, which is why our goal is to further enhance and increase our penetration rate in the tourist industry, thus proving in practice that we are supportive of this sector. We have funded investment plans and schemes. We have a portfolio that's in excess of 3.5 billion. And let me seize this opportunity to tell you that the CEO of our bank, Mr. Christos Megalos, publicly announced at a conference in the States that the 32 billion goal by 2027 will be over 40 billion. One of the main pillars for achieving such growth is, after all, tourism. And now let us talk about infrastructure. Starting with you, Mr. Seliatos, we had phone conversations. I had phone conversations with each and every one of you before we had this panel discussion to understand where we should be, what we should be talking about. And you shared with me something that it's hard for me to digest. And it's been 3 days since you told me. You told me that in the Attica marinas there's not one single vacant spot, not for one boat. Yes, enough room to moor, regardless of the boat or the type. So, suppose that a tourist comes to Greece, flies into Athens, spends 2 days here in Athens, and then wants to rent a boat and go to an island. What can a tourist do, a visitor do? There is some time of the year, or rather let me rephrase that, all the vessels are taken to the hangar for maintenance purposes, and we at the Perama zone know what we offer the Greek economy. There, that's the reason why you might find a few mooring, a few berths. But if you want to dock a vessel and let it wait out until it's spring again, there's not a single spot available. And the investment in Alimos hasn't materialized, despite the fact that it's been 3 years that supposedly works are taking place there. They're investing and investing and investing further. A professional boat or a professional yacht cannot afford to pay the money that marinas ask for, and not here in Attica. So people are looking for alternative destinations. At the Megalopevko, there's a small marina which is full of catamarans and sailing ships and poros. There are others who dock their boats during the winter and they still pay huge amounts of money. Big vessels go to the shipbuilding or ship repair areas and they stay there and wait for the winter to expire. That's the whole situation. And there are also marinas in islands, in Santorini, for instance. Santorini is, par excellence, the island where everyone wants to go. There's no docking place there. And some opt for alternative docking off-sea, so it's dangerous. And in the Ionian Sea, there's a very nice marina. Forget Mykonos, they won't accommodate professional boats or hired boats because this is quote-unquote a private marina. So it's reserved for high-class customers. And there's also the Kos Marina. There's no other marina available throughout the Aegean Sea. Right, you were very eloquent in your description and your examples were very clear. Mr. Manasis, infrastructure, tourism and infrastructure. Over to you, what needs to be done? We definitely need to move forward, but the previous discussion was very interesting and Mr. Rodopoulos is here and Mr. Fiorentinos is here. So I'm coming back to your previous questions. What is necessary is training and education. And since tourism is quite elaborate, we have the hotels. On the side of the hotels, education and training is excellent. When it comes to infrastructure, of course, there are things that are missing and no one has ever invited anyone representing the tourist industry to find out what people are studying about, especially when you have people go through the university system for 4 years and they have no idea. I mean, over the span of 4 years, you can train a medical physician, medical practitioner, and these are people who have graduated from universities and they don't know what an airline ticket is. You can't keep sending people for 4 straight years to the college or university and not train them properly. The airline ticket is a fundamental. They have to know geography. They are illiterate. I can't help but wonder, what are they taught? What are they being taught after all? Education and training is very important. Mr. Rodopoulos was to the point. Indeed, he insisted on the Sani Andreadis family initiative. This is one of the 4 big Greek families that have contributed greatly to the hotel business. Let me dissociate that from tour agencies or the tourist industry, such as the hotel business. They've been instrumental. And then you need know-how, expertise, use of Google, use of the internet. All of that helps, but most importantly, education and training of people working. That is the human resources, the most critical issue. We are an average enterprise, a medium-sized enterprise. We don't check our candidates' skills, but we look at the person to find out whether they can adjust to our work. You have to have a 360 approach. When I started out in 1982, I was the internet. I was the one who found everything out. I was the search engine. Now the customer has everything at the end of the tip. So you have to be 360 nowadays. This is very specific. And since we're in the presence of young people, they have to think about the bigger picture. And it's important to remember that both success and failure are part of the future. Kipling is quoted at Wimbledon. When you encounter failure and success, you ought to respond in the same way or react in the same way vis-a-vis this demon. Thank you, Mr. Rodopoulos. As you understand, everybody's working for you. Everything boils down to you, and it should be like that. I fully agree with you. So let me ask you a question about this. You said that when you have vocational training, it has to be interwoven with and connected to the labor market. If there's no connection, then there's no point in training. And what about training and educating people? Someone is spending 2 or 4 years of their lives, and then at the end of the day, what is it this person is after? Just to get a certificate or a degree? No. Actually, what the purpose is, after all, is to connect the person who possesses this degree with something else, and that something else is the labor market. And therefore, regardless of whether you want to work in the field of sea tourism, Mr. Steliatos, Or if you want to work as a tour operator, you don't necessarily have to graduate from a university in order for you to be knowledgeable enough to get or print an airline ticket. We need universities in fields where we have to learn a science or a discipline. Training for 2 years, vocational training for 2 years should suffice if you want to hire someone who within the span of 2 years knows what a tour agency or a tour operator is all about. So we don't need university, or rather we don't need people who know everything for them to man tour agencies. But, Ms. Macri, let's be clear. There's no educational sphere if it's not connected with the labor market. Let's understand that. You have to train people who will be in direct touch with the labor market. Next year, along with Sunny, we are going to Andalusia. Whoever wishes to follow us, let them follow us. Secretary General, Infrastructure, Marinas, Training, Education, Vocational Training, what's your take? Can we keep the visitors happy when the workers are not happy? The enemy of what's good is what's best. The minister responded to this when she said that more than 45 million are coming through the RRF in that direction. That is training, vocational training, upskilling and reskilling. There are the tourist schools, the state ones, which we are refurbishing and upgrading. This is what we're doing. Let's be honest. We are not reinventing the wheel. Things are rather basic when it comes to tourism. Mr. Manesis was to the point. It's about hospitality, a good level of services, but everything we are talking about, says Ms. Macri, is part and parcel of the good level of services, meaning the person who knows how to make a visitor happy must be happy themselves and make sure that you have the right infrastructure in place for Mr. Steliados' problems to be solved. Well, visitors are quite aware by now. Even before they come here, they've made a choice of their destination. They've checked out the destination. What I was driving at is this: the Heraklion School of Tourist Professionals. So years ago, the trainees would work as stagiaires at a hotel that would work with visitors, foreign visitors in the summer. So this is still happening. If maybe there were the wrong perceptions or certain things are not happening, this does not signify that we don't all understand that this is basic. This is the A and the Z. You cannot just confine yourself to studying a book in order for you to eventually be thought of as an expert in services provision. You have to scrub up, and I know Mr. Andreadis, I know and Mr. Retsos from the Electra Hotels and Mr. Vasilikos from the other Vasilikos Hotels, all these people who are now successful businesses, they used to work as waiters for their uncle's hotels or somebody else's hotel. That's how they learned the trade. This is standard practice in the tourist industry. And at the same point in time, for these people who wanted to develop their skills for upskilling and reskilling, they worked in their respective hotels of their families or somebody they knew. This is not new. This is not happening for the very first time. This is part and parcel of our reality. Public infrastructure. I'm upset by what Mr. Steliados said. A huge effort is currently in progress. We see people crowds in Santorini, and then someone who has nothing to do with a tourist product or service, someone who has nothing to do with their profession, becomes a flyer. They communicate their opinion, they post it, and then there's the impression abroad that there's hyper-tourism in Greece because maybe on Thursday 5 cruise ships came to Santorini together. all 5 of them. And then this is undermining the tourist product because hypertourism all of a sudden pops up as a notion, but there's no such thing. And it's not hypertourism if you have crowds on Thursday and no one on Friday. This is not what Mr. Steliatos said. He's here, he can explain that. But let me complete my statement. Being critical vis-a-vis the infrastructure we have or we don't have is well meant. Well, let me finish off. So, picking up from where Mr. Steliatos left off, let me say that the lack of infrastructure isn't a woven with the first degree of local government, and we have to make sure that we are there to cope with the challenges. How many years have we been talking about infrastructure in Santorini? It's only now that they are planning for the new port to be built in Santorini. So what I'm saying is that instead of pointing the finger to the central government, it is important to assume our part of responsibility, to be assertive, to have a vision, to have trust, to eventually ask that the Madrina and Mykonos be better managed. But the infrastructure is there. You're very right, says Mr. Steliatos. You're right about Mykonos. You're Secretary General. We've known each other for many, many years. You know what's happening in Santorini. It's not just dangerous. It's more than dangerous. And let's not forget that all of a sudden we are also faced with Croatia having 108 marinas. There are overloaded marinas in Turkey. They're not building anymore. And our competitor is now Albania. Do we want that?
That was very, very important, Mr. Steliatos. Now we will have a last round with a new tourism model. I want to understand how you perceive it. Is this the new model that is being evolved, or should we turn towards something completely different? Mr. Manesis, let me start with you. Well, as we said at the beginning of the panel, the future of tourism is people, staffing and technology. It leads us to other paths, but it is still the people, the humans. In Manesis and in other travel organizations, we have to train our people, train them for tomorrow. This is the detail, train them in the detail. Technology is our ally, but it is not the solution. Mrs. Manziari, when a prospect investor comes to you and asks for funds, do you discuss with them? Do you try to guide them towards a sector that would be more performant, or do you just evaluate the business plan? I try to understand if you have a say in developing this product of tourism. Yes, you are very right in what you say. Well, apart from the main role of financier of the economy, we, at least in Piraeus Bank, we believe that the role of sustainability plays a major part, and we believe that we have an additional role to play, the role of training, without wanting to take the job from Mr. Rodopoulos. Let's not be misunderstood. We have an additional role to educate, to guide, to advise the businessman in this journey of sustainable development. And this is why, because we have the luxury in Piraeus Bank to have selected specific teams that deal with the funding of the tourist product. And we see that in the sector itself, we don't have the same degree of maturity, if you wish, or the same degree of understanding among the businessmen as to what they need to do in order to follow this path. So we think that it is our responsibility as well to advise them and to help them in going towards this new tourist model, which has sustainability at its heart, at its focus. And we take this one step further down the road. We include an incentive to include in their funding ESG terms, that is environmental, social, and governance. How do we do that? So it is more integrated, yes, exactly. And how do we mean by that? What do we mean by the incentive, providing the incentive? We are talking about the sustainability link loans products where the businessman is committed, apart from the financial indicators, the KPIs that they commit themselves to, adhere to, they undertake commitments in ESG terms, enjoying, of course, an interest rate investment that the bank is deprived of as a revenue, but it gives back value to the society. For the hotel sector, these ESG indicators are completely measurable, and they have to do with the improvement of energy autonomy of their buildings, reduction of their CO2 emissions, better water management, reduction of water consumption, waste management, and we shouldn't forget the social aspect, that is, we try to boost them to undertake social actions, for instance, training of their personnel, maintaining of a minimum quota of women in their personnel, or maintaining a minimum number of people from local societies where they work. So you try to ensure sustainability terms, yes, sustainability conditions, and we try to convince the businessmen to return part of their profits to the societies, part of the value. Mr. Rodopoulos, new model of tourism. No, before the models, as you generally say, two recetas. The greatest bribe in Greece, in the past it was for the army. The first one is to find a spot in the marina. And I answer to Mr. Steliatos, the greatest, I think the greatest majority of Greek citizens would not be interested. It is a luxury problem, yes, but for those who know, it is not luxury. It is not luxury. No, it is not a luxury, I insist. It depends, because you can get a vessel, as Mr. Steliatos said, with 2,000 a week or 3,000, but you can have one with 150,000. So those who can pay for that can have it, and it can be rent by very many incomes. And I answer to the Secretary General. The traveler, the tourist, is informed, but they are also demanding. And this demand from the tourist is a demand that we all have to face. Yes, the word that you have used is very correct, because indeed the tourist pays money, and Greece is not a cheap country for tourists, but the tourists require some specifications. Sun and sea is not enough. So I go to Mr. Steliatos asking for the new model of tourism. There is no model. I keep listening about sustainability. That's enough. Let's gather together, let's stick together, those who work on tourism and those who work on education, and let's give it a try to do something, because as you have said, Greek tourism is a national affair. Every day with deliberations, etc., it's not enough. We want action. And finally, any government, doesn't matter, tourism does not have a color. Tourism should see the Greek professional yachting in a favorable light. Thank you very much, Mr. Steliatos. Secretary General, you have the floor. New model of tourism, how do you see it? For instance, in the plans that you are doing, I guess you are having business plans. How do you want tourism to be in 5 years or 10 years? I said it right from the start. We will not reinvent the wheel in tourism. Things are pretty basic. value for money is what we get when we visit the various stakeholders in the various markets where we work. People want a product that will respond to, whose price will respond to the quality. No one told me that Greece is expensive. Everyone tells us that we should have value for money. The services should respond to the price. And they're quite happy with that. Now, the effort should be focused on how tourists will visit the rest of Greece. We are somehow trapped, for better or worse. I don't know how you will perceive that, how you will translate that. But the way the model is set up, the model of tourism and holidays, especially in a destination like Greece, which is a family destination, people go on holidays, and 6% of our revenues come from the period when the schools are closed. So 48% of people who visit Greece, 48% of these people come for the sun and the sea. We try efforts to enrich the product by providing other alternatives. We construct infrastructures in the rest of the country in order to support mountainous tourism, to support the metropolises, to small cities, other products, because we have a lot of resources in our country, unfortunately. And areas exist. So the objective for the next 5 years is to make people visit the country outside of summertime to enjoy gastronomy environment under more friendly terms, to have good infrastructures and to have this infrastructure friendly to the tourists. Mr. Mangiaris, Mr. Steliatos, Mr. Rodopoulos, Mr. Manesis, Mr. Fiorentinos, thank you all very, very much. Can we see the answers? Oh, they are coming. Yes, okay. So let's be consistent with the initial commitment that we will share the results with you. So let's see. Cultural and historical tourism is the one where the emphasis is put. And the second question, is it gastronomy? Because here I cannot read it very well. So gastronomy tourism is the answer given. Thank you very much. Mr. Robotis will follow with a panel on challenges for tourism. Thank you.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good afternoon. Let's now embark on the next section. Mr. Kostas Moutouris, the regional governor of the Northern Aegean, is kindly invited on stage along with Mr. Fanis Panos, the regional governor of Sτερεά Hellas, and Mr. Tikas, who is the vice regional governor of the metropolitan area of Thessaloniki, along with the president of the new metropolitan Athens, Mr. Frangakis.
Κύριε Μουτζούρη, βιαζόσασταν πριν. Εδώ, ελάτε. Λοιπόν, ο τίτλος της ενότητάς μας είναι «Προκλήσεις στην τουριστική ανάπτυξη» και έχουμε...
Challenges regarding tourist growth.
...περιφερειών της χώρας, με ισχυρό αποτύπωμα στον τουρισμό.
We are in the presence of 4 different representatives representing 4 respective locations that are different, but then again they have the same agonies and concerns about the tourist growth and development. Now there is the QR code on your tables. Please respond to the 2 questions regarding the challenges in tourism development overall, but also in particular per region, and of course we look forward to the results of this survey. Your region went through tough times, especially over the past few years due to migration and refugee flows, but in recent years things have improved. What about this year, the end of the year? What do you expect for next year? The Northern Aegean never was exceptional in the tourist sector. They didn't care about tourism. Chios had always had shipping, it still does. It's actually the Queen of the Seas. Lesbos had primary agriculture and animal farming. They have the olive trees. Samos was doing well in the tourist industry, but none of them actually highly rather on the tourist industry. Recently they've started working in this field and they are improving. Now infrastructure needs to improve. This is a general issue that concerns many different places in Greece. We are going to talk about that.
Ακριβώς πράγματα μου έλεγε 12 χρόνια πριν.
12 years ago, we had the same discussion when I was Secretary General, or rather I was having a discussion with the Secretary General at the Ministry of Shipping. They were telling me about these problems, and it's exactly the same problems 12 years down the line. And when I was a National Technical University of Athens professor, we were talking about the master plan and constructing new marinas. Nothing happened in the meantime. Secretary General, we failed in terms of nautical tourism. 30 years ago, I went to Turkey. I went back. In the span of 30 years, everything's changed. So they have built many marinas and they don't have available spots. We are improving, but things are changing. In terms of sea tourism, we are lagging behind. I responded to your questions that you posed. Mr. Spanos, Central Greece. What about this year and next year? What are your expectations in view of next year? Thank you very much for the invitation and the fact that you're giving us this opportunity to talk about a region that is not traditionally tourist-oriented, nor does it receive many tourists. And so this is good. We will be talking about our fundamental goal, which is shared by many. No matter how big a sector may be, when it comes to any single economy, you can't expect one single sector to do the job. So for us, tourism is a core policy. And it's important to document one's stance. We are still trying. We are still crossing this valley, but we are on track. According to INSETA data over the past 4 years, Greece managed to improve its revenue by 20%, although the country had a drop in revenue by 2%, minus 6%. Generally speaking, but it's plus 9 and plus 8% for central Greece. So we're optimistic because things are looking up, the numbers are good. As I say, the sun, of course, is a traditional approach. There's the Delphi Oracle, the Thermopylae, so it is culture and history in central Greece, agri-food, the cuisine of Roumeli and Evia, a different market. We see prospects. Of course, we need a lot of things, including infrastructure, as my peer Mr. Moujouri said, and all of that hopefully will help us follow the same path as others in order for us to rise to the occasion and promote our natural beauty and become a tourist force. Mr. Eutikas, you represent a multivariate region. You have the metropolis, you also have the mountainous areas, you have summer tourism, winter tourism, summer Chalkidiki and Pieria. What's your expectation? Good afternoon indeed, Mr. Robotis. Macedonia is a staple in terms of tourism inflows, and this region provides unique opportunities to visitors all year round. So Central Macedonia in particular aims for tourism round the year. And we are working in that direction consistently and persistently. So for the past 10 years, we've been taking part in more than 30 exhibitions and fairs the world over, and the results of this participation of ours are more than tangible. We are quite happy from the flows we're getting of visitors who come to Central Macedonia, and we are mostly counting on the competitive advantages we have. We have the edges, meaning that there is cultural heritage, there are archaeological sites in Central Macedonia, there are historical monuments as well, plus the sea, the coastline, the shores, the winter resorts, the wine routes. So we have exceptional results based on the aforementioned, plus we have two more promising axes, meaning we are appealing on attracting motion pictures productions. So we got more than 145 million over the past 5 years and 130 overnight stays and 130,000. And Ms. Riga is here, who represents the Thessaloniki Port Authority. So the cruise sector is promising. Thessaloniki kicked off with 1 cruise ship in 2025 already. We're expecting 78 cruise ships to dock, and it's very important to look at the material you have on your tables, because there's a map of the Thessaloniki Port Authority SA. Thessaloniki has the right infrastructure now because we have the new or the refurbished airport, the port that's developing, the fact that we have the metro. All of that can help Thessaloniki become a city break destination. But since there are also specific motorways going past or by Thessaloniki within the span of an hour, the visitors can visit archaeological sites, the coastline, the mountainous areas. Let me give you the number. So there's accessibility, says the moderator. We will be delving into this later, but let me now give the floor to Mr. Fragakis. End of the year for Attica, New Metropolitan Attica say, and since you are the last to take the floor, As another question, is Attica winning the wager? Is it becoming a destination in itself instead of being a stopover, which it was for decades on end? Good afternoon. I think this is the fourth time that I'm being invited to this conference, and this has become an institution by now. So congratulations to Nikos Hatzinikolaou and Marianna Pirioti, Mr. Spartalis, the whole team who's behind this conference. You are doing excellent work of the past few years, and thank you very much. It's an honor. It's also a pleasure for me to be here in this panel discussion with two regional governors, both Mr. Mezouris and Mr. Spanos. I have done a lot of things. We worked together in the past when I was NGTO Secretary General. We had done a lot of good things, and the results were tangible.
Well, the year will end for Attica with an increase of 8% for arrivals and a similar increase in revenues. I don't have the figures, the final ones, but this is how it will end. The season will end. Now, whether Attica will win the bet, I would say that it's still a long way ahead for Attica. We have a long way ahead. It has a lot of advantages, but also disadvantages as regards the tourist product. And I think that if there is an objective for the next 4 or 5 years, this is the expansion of the tourist product, time and space-wise, how the product will be disseminated in the whole area of Attica, and how we will have more and more people throughout the year. When we spoke on the phone, preparing the discussion, I told you that we are paraphrasing an old title which said that Greece is not just Attica. Well, the objective of Mr. Hardalias and the new metropolitan area of Attica, where I'm the president, is whether we can, in 5 years from now, to have visitors who will stay on average not 2.5 days, but 5 days. This will be a benefit. This is one basic objective, and I have many others, of course. Mr. Mountzouris. Mr. Philis talked about the traveler's visa, which creates a new market with our neighbors, but for others as well. How do you see this measure working? When in May 2023 the Prime Minister came to Kymi, he asked me what we want in Northern Aegean. I said various things, but I insisted on facilitating the visa to extra Schengen, therefore for our neighbors, Turks. We discussed it, and it happened this year, and we had a lot of people. We had 150,000 Turks last year. This year we will have 500,000. Already, I was speaking with investors from Southern Aegean who come to build hotels because we are lagging behind in infrastructures. And the objective is the Turks. We did a survey when the Turks left. They are spending more than the others. They eat, they drink, they dance. They advertise in Smyrna their visit. We have also this advantage due to the short distance. We have a 90 million market, 10% only if they can travel. This is 9 million people. And 10% of that coming to Northern Aegean, 1 million. A new challenge, a major challenge. We will have a road show to Turkey. Will you expand to other destinations of this traveler's visa? What would you like for the day after? I hope that it becomes, we have it also in Evros. It is only for 10 islands, and we brought Ramin Koç, 7.5% of the GDP in Turkey, and we honored him. without, of course, forgetting our national rights. And the government is handling those national rights very well. But business is business. We believe in the investment, we believe in private capital, and we want to reinforce it. Thank you. Mr. Spanos, you touched upon the advantages of your region. Overall, what is the identity that you wish to give to the region of Sterea Ελλάδα, continental Greece? And what is it that distinguishes the tourist product in your region? I will try to restrict my answer to 230 points, which are our main advantages. Indeed, I could speak for hours, but I think that I can limit myself to tourism during the 4 seasons: sea, sun, skiros, the various birds. Sorry, the Trizonia Islands, the mountainous tourism in Velouchi, cultural tourism. We have developed also a network, the Cultural Trail Dipus, which connects the whole cultural wealth of Sterea Ελλάδα and agri-food and the various units pertaining to that. And of course, in Sterea Ελλάδα, you have the proximity to urban centers. Dimitris Fragakis is sitting next to me, but I think that I can make a comment to frame the discussion. We make the mistake when we talk about tourism in Greece to restrict ourselves to the administrative borders, but tourism does not have such silos. When we have a lot of tourists in Attica, in Athens, a large number of them will visit Sterea Ελλάδα. And we cannot talk about tourism just thinking about the tourist promotion. We do it in Sterea Ελλάδα with a lot of fairs and a portfolio of actions. So this requires infrastructures, ports, airports, roads, marinas, even health infrastructures. Modern visitors will not visit an area where they cannot find a good hospital nearby. Trails, spas, Sterea Ελλάδα has Kamena Voula, Ipati, Dipsos, and also beautiful areas. So I think that all these constitute a nexus of things that says that tourism is a matter of a lot of policies that are touching also on the politics of spending. And under the brand name that we have, we try to combine local and global, and we try to increase, of course, the income, the revenues from tourism, with whatever that means for regional economy. Mr. Utikas, what are the major challenges that you are facing in the region of Central Macedonia for the further development of tourism? Our main challenge is actually the main objective that we have in Central Macedonia, and I'm referring to the model of 12-month all-year-long tourism. This is very important because we're talking about 7 prefectures, and we want to have activity in all 7 prefectures in order to have a balance. This is why we are aiming at thematic tourism, because each prefecture has its own advantages, comparative advantages, and the objective is that the benefits reach more and more local communities. This is the main challenge. So, all year long tourism. The second one comes from the climate crisis or climate change. So, the infrastructures that are planned, not just tourist infrastructures, roads, anti-flood works, reinforcing of the electricity network or the underground construction, to have in mind a parameter for climate change. So we need more resilient infrastructures to support. We're not talking about traditional infrastructures, you say, yes. So these are the basic things. But then we need to further deepen It is not enough in the fairs to present our homeland. We go deeper. And allow me two examples. We have in the regional operational program a specific axis for integrated territorial investments. And in the mountainous and semi-mountainous areas, in Mathia and Pella, we will have a link, a connection of the three ski resorts, Seli, Kaymaksalan and Nausa, with the spa in Porzak and the archaeological area of Vergina in Ayes in ancient Pella. So it will be a tourist model for these two prefectures. And then to the eastern edge, we will link Amphipoli to the Strimonas estuary. So we can create a unified arc that will contribute to the tourist development outside the urban fabric and Chalkidiki. Beautiful. Mr. Fragakis, in order to have a sustainable and resilient model for tourism, we need infrastructures, and we need to listen to what modern tourists want. They don't just want beautiful landscape, they want safety, because we have geopolitical tensions and climate crisis. They want new experiences. How can we be prepared in order to go to the following day, the day after, in order to go to a sustainable growth model? Well, I would say that sustainability, Mr. Steliatos talked about it before. We are discussing about it. We see it coming, we see it going, it comes closer, then far away, etc. So I would say that a prerequisite for sustainability is balance, equilibrium, environmental, social, especially for tourist areas such as tourist destinations such as Attica, because you know that each region has its own features, different challenges, etc. But especially for Attica, that I am called upon to talk, the main challenge for the next decades is an equilibrium. How we will strike this equilibrium to be able to develop tourism, increase tourism in volume without having a problem in social peace in the neighborhoods, without creating a problem when we try to create additional jobs. This is a very, very delicate line that is touching upon this effort. And of course, the urban environment plays a role. What Mr. Utikas talked about, the climate crisis, is important. We shouldn't let it create a feeling of insecurity among the citizens, of course, and among our visitors. This is why the infrastructure projects are very, very important. And this is it is also very important to understand that tourism globally in the next 10 years will develop with at least 10% or 15%. A great part of this growth will come to our country, to our regions, to our destinations. So we shouldn't wait. We shouldn't expect a reduction in the flows of tourists. They will increase. Yes. And the anti-flood project is a project that has also an impact on the tourist product. Well, regional governors know that. Anything good that you do for your citizens is good for your visitors. That is obvious. We don't need to discuss about that. Especially for tourism, we need to see also the local neighborhoods and societies in order not to have problems, especially in relation to the excessive increase of short-term leases, which creates problems in the neighborhoods, and the excessive pressure. There is no hyper-tourism in Greece, in no region, but there is pressure. Yes, I wanted to ask about that. We have this discussion in other European countries. Do you see that we have oversaturated markets here?
There is a lot of talk, especially recently. It's quite anti-touristic or counter-touristic. There are some who insist that tourism creates more problems than benefits. And I don't know where this is coming from, but everything points to the fact that there's no hyper-tourism in Greece. We conducted a research study for Attica and its bearing capacity, and it showed that there is no hyper-tourism. There's rather a lot of pressure at specific stages, at specific periods throughout the year. The whole of the country is under pressure. For instance, if you go to the island of Lesbos, everything's okay if you go in May, and it's very tough if you go there in August. Aren't you right, regional governor? And challenge that's important for the tourist industry is a challenge that's often mentioned by the entrepreneurs, meaning that what's missing is properly trained and qualified staff. What about you, Mr. Moutouris? You often converse with the representatives of the tourist industry. Yes, but then again, the population of Greece is waning. We are about 10 million. If we keep it up this way in 20 years' time or 30 years from now, the population will be 8 million instead. What we're missing is skilled people, and even foreigners are not properly trained. And then again, the remuneration and the conditions, even the living conditions, accommodation, food and everything must improve if you want to hire people. I am the recipient of many complaints. There's not enough staff and this is going to get worse. But at the same point in time, there's lack of resources, or rather not enough is given to the people who work. Mr. Spanos, we had over the phone this discussion. It's not just a matter of public infrastructure or regional government or local government and the state. They are not enough to have a sustainable and viable tourist development paradigm. You have to have investments and the contribution of the private sector. Mr. Moutouris says there is a plethora of hotels and lots of places to have coffee or food. They are family run. They are small. The grandma is there. She is prepping the salad. The daughter is serving. The son is parking the customers' vehicles, and dad is cooking. Not all hotels belong to rich people or groups. This is something we've seen in recent decades. The overwhelming majority of businesses are family run, and they are not big. Mr. Spanos, what about investments by the private sector in the region? Those of us who are working, especially in the field of regional or local government, we quite often tend to think that if we do our part right, everything will improve and the economy will be looking up, or else it will be doomsday. Obviously, having private and public sector work together is necessary if you want to develop any field, including the tourist sector. Beds, the type and the number is the bottleneck in terms of our tourist growth, especially at certain points in time. We have no vacancies. So possibly, since we are not missing infrastructure, maybe we need more beds. I mean, the sewage system, the water system, everything's fine. And we are fortunate because in central Greece, as we speak, about 6 new 5-star hotels are being constructed. So this is also fortunate. Now we will be getting more beds, and we have every reason to think that things will be looking up because, of course, there's the issue of the staff. And in many cases, especially in areas where you have seasonal tourism, a professional will, by definition, certainly think of the tourist industry as something that helps add to their income. But they don't count on planning their whole lives on working for a few months. But if you have more programs and projects, if you have proper training. I see young people amongst between us. Certainly there are also professionals in the field of tourism, even hoteliers. So if you have the right infrastructure, then such businesses and such work will become more appealing and attractive. So you have naturally caring and courteous people, and this is important, but then you have to have properly trained people who know how to speak, who speak foreign languages, who can give the right responses, who can handle difficult situations, so that will help improve the overall visitor experience. Mr. Poutikas. Investments, infrastructure and trained staff. It's difficult to find human resources. This is not a national issue, it's pan-European. The relevant policies that must be implemented, and they have to be rolled out nationally, are not easy to have happen. To begin with, there is not young people, or there are not enough young people that are willing to work in this industry. We have to look at the digital tools that we have at our disposal to help young people, help people reskill and upskill. We, the region, also often fund and finance private entities to have people, young people mostly, who wish to be trained to do so, and it's also a matter of remuneration, wages and salaries. They've been on the rise in recent years, but they don't suffice. We need to give more money to people working in the tourist industry in order for them to be persuaded to join it. And there's been a skyrocketing of domestic and foreign capital that was invested in Greece, not just in Thessaloniki, but also in Chalkidiki and Pieria. Of the past 3 years, we had doubling of the overall amounts that were invested to that end. And the investment projects are happening, and they concern highly elaborate and upgraded tourist facilities. So we have to be more appealing and attractive. Let me round this up to those who are big spenders. We should be looking for them. People who on a daily basis expect higher quality of services and they pay more money. So let's further invest in tourist infrastructure, which is what we're doing at the level of the region of Central Macedonia. And of course, we have the facts and the figures, and they help us determine our policies. And this is also helpful because you see there's been an increase in the incoming cruise ships by 20%. There's also more incoming flows through the airports, and INSETA says that Central Macedonia is characterized by people in the social media as a value for money destination. You refer to cruise ships. Can we do something in order to maximize and optimize the benefits to be reaped? Because the benefits are very big for the city of Thessaloniki. During a previous panel discussion, it was said that when a cruise ship brings visitors to Thessaloniki, it brings 3,000 visitors. Please think of this. The port of Thessaloniki is inside the city. Within 3 minutes, just a short walk, the visitor can look at and visit the center. The center has 15 UNESCO monuments plus 30 museums and various archaeological sites. Within the span of 1 hour, one can go to Chalkidiki, Agios, Mount Athos, the Olympos, Dion, ancient Pella, the Vergina Museum. So this is not just a city break city, it's also favorable for home porting, and the Macedonia airport has also helped, and most definitely the metro is helpful, will be, let's not forget about it. The new metro is very important. It's a development that is crucial, not just in terms of moving people around, but in terms of it becoming an open museum, an open-air museum that presents visitors with the timeless history of the city of Thessaloniki, which is continuing history for 2,300 years. And it's obvious at the Agios Sofia metro station and the Venizelos metro station. So that's another reason why you should pay a visit to Thessaloniki. I'm not just talking about the visitors, but also the locals. And due to the metro, please don't be impressed. This is another reason why Thessaloniki should be thought of as one of the developing cities throughout Europe. This is good for the reputation of Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki. Mr. Fragakis, I guess you're not complaining about huge investments. In recent years in particular, no, nobody can complain. There are major investments happening in Attica in the tourist industry, especially coming from big brands from abroad, and this is also very, very important. Above and beyond the investments made by local enterprises who are expanding their facilities, there are foreign players who are investing here, and this is also important with a view to getting better tourists or more tourists. And since Attica is faced with some issues to a smaller extent nonetheless, because you see we don't have the seasonality in Athens. Let's be honest, there are many reasons why seasonality creates various issues, and these days Attica is different. So we have no seasonality problem and therefore employability throughout the year. In the next few years, the need for human resources will definitely increase, and we have to find a way to cater to those needs. So we are drawing near the end of this discussion. Let's have one last round. What about the conclusion in a nutshell? Better remuneration, better salaries and wages, better circumstances for accommodating the staff, better training and education of people working in the tourist industry. Let's have bigger amounts spent by each and every passenger on a cruise ship. The cruise ships normally give on average less than €40, and this is a small amount of money for Greece, because when you have to accommodate such vessels, you have to have new ports and work worth 200 and 300 million. It's been 10 years that the port of Piraeus is not done, and once you have a cruise ship in Piraeus, still it's difficult for the passengers to get to the Acropolis. It's not easy. The Piraeus location, the port that is a bit risky. If you want to have more customers coming through the cruise ships, the tourist industry is going great. We love our foreigners. We have Xenios zoos. We are all hospitable. Thank you, Mr. Spanos. By way of conclusion, in a nutshell, based on our discussion, as far as Sτερea Ελλάδα is concerned, Central Greece, we believe that it's imperative to have tourist growth and development if we want to benefit our country, but our main motto, our main ammunition, our main tool is our cultural wealth, and we keep investing. I've signed off to the new funding for the ancient gymnasium of Delphi. It will be restored, and it will be yet another jewel that will make not just Delphi prettier, but also all of mankind. Sτερea Ελλάς, Central Greece, is still a very unique destination. So one takeaway, one word. It's not easy to cash in on Sτερea Ελλάδα. There are many things that we haven't discovered. There are many things that we don't know about Sτερea Ελλάδα. So we would like to urge you to come and visit us. Mr. Utikas, the objective at Central Macedonia is one, having tourism round the year, but for it to be viable and sustainable, this type of tourism must be based on the advantages that each and every prefecture has, not just the prefecture of Thessaloniki. So we are focused on those edges. There are many. It's our cultural civilization, our history, our archaeological sites, our gastronomy, the wine routes or roads, our shores, our winter resorts, ski resorts. There There are many in Central Macedonia. We will be counting on all of these, but we're also counting on and looking forward to road tourism, so the relevant infrastructure must further develop. Next to the metro, pretty soon we will have the flyover done, and then we have the connection of Kalamaria to the airport, the Evzones Thessaloniki road, Pella-Ene, the new connection of the roads, to have a cluster of works and infrastructure that help further the development of tourism in this region. If I could, says Mr. Fragakis, sum it up and make it pertinent to both Greece and Attica as such, I'd say that for the past 5 years, Greece and its destinations have made leaps forward, especially after the COVID pandemic. We have become established and consolidated as one of the most important destinations the world over. The whole of the country is a top destination, but we shouldn't rest in our laurels, nor should we be complacent, because we're living in a globally competitive arena, and each and every year things are not looking up in our neighborhood. There's volatility, and the product is vulnerable to the various circumstances. Things may be okay today, and tomorrow maybe they won't be okay, so we have to shield and protect this product. We have to shield and protect the local communities, and in order for them to be able to handle any drop in the tourist revenue or any increase. This is the flip side of the coin, after all, the flip side, but we have to make sure that we go about our business this way to create surplus value. To be sustainable and properly balanced, we have to be very specific in what we do in the years to come. Thank you, says the moderator. By way of conclusion, next to what was mentioned before, sustainability and infrastructure, the mental takeaway from your statements is synergies and collaboration. The tourist industry calls for synergies and collaboration. Mr. Spanos said we're not going to erect walls to separate the region, so we're not erecting walls separating the private and the public sector, and we all should be caring about the day after. Let's check out the results of this survey.
So, what is the greatest challenge that Greek tourism is facing to achieve sustainable growth? It is distributed between unequal distribution and sustainability and infrastructures. Of course, the seasonality is getting the biggest percentage. What is the most important step for the development of Greece? The creation of integrated strategies for each region has the highest number of votes. I thank you all, Mr. Montouris, Mr. Spanos, Mr. Voutikas, and Mr. Fragakis, for the interesting discussion, and I thank also you, the audience. And at this point, there's a major delay, but thank you for being here until now. We have concluded the 6th Conference on Tourism, which has become an institution now. You are first a journalist and then anything else. I think that Mr. Spanos and Mr. Montouris should think very seriously about the next conference and what we will do with spa tourism. Kamena Vourla, Edipsos, and Ikaria is one of the thematic tourism where we have huge potential for development, for growth. We will dedicate the conference to spa tourism. We will include well-being. As regards Mr. Fragakis, for the Attica region, Mr. Fragakis, if you look at the map, you will see that from Sounio, which is the last point where we have hotels, until the beach of Marathon, all along the eastern coast line, there are 2 or 2.5 hotels. Attica has the whole eastern front, which has been left unexploited. And there's a huge question why this is happening. I live there. It's not the northerly winds that affect us. Besides, we are having an African climate nowadays. Thank you very much for your participation, for your support in this conference. And we will renew our appointment with very specific themes next year, and we will have more surprises for you. Thank you very much and take care.
You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. And who cares if you might mess it up? You're stronger than the others think. Go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine. You better step into the light. Just give it a try. Know that it's time you let that spark out. You've been hiding in the shadows way too long. Shine, go ahead and shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if you might mess it up? Just shine, shine, darling. Go ahead and shine, my dear. 'Cause who cares if
Σταύρος Λαμπρινίδης, ο coffee expert των Everest, ξέρει πως τον καλό καφέ τον κάνουν οι ποικιλίες αράμπικα και οντούρας σε τέλεια ισορροπία γεύσης και έντασης.
Οι ειδικοί της γεύσης και του καφέ σε προσκαλούν να δοκιμάσεις την ποικιλία οντούρας σε ένα κατάστημα Everest.
Αυτό που κάνει τον κόσμο να κινείται είναι η θέληση του ανθρώπου να εξερευνά, να ξεπερνάει τα σύνορά του. Μέσα στην τελευταία δεκαετία μας επιτρέψατε να μεγαλώσουμε. Μας δώσατε βραβεία,